I mean, I do love to eat. Uh, I love to do nothing.
Here,
Um,
here. You're speaking my language all of a sudden.
yeah.
It's time for Gavin Doodle.
Everybody. Whoa. Hello, everybody. Whoa. I will. Hello, everybody. We got a lovely evening with, I'm covering it up right there. London Lad joining us tonight. Ooh, I covered it up in my hand like this. Let me just cover up the title and everything as we do that. Hello, everybody. It's a Thursday night. It is it wasn't a beautiful day here in New England, but it was warm-ish, but it was rainy. But I'm here in my favorite spot in the studio. Actually, that's not true. My favorite spot's my bed where I can sleep. Second favorite spot, my studio here. I have a special guest that will be joining us, as I mentioned before, London Lad, who's coming in from, why is my feed? Oh, you know what? My feed isn't working. I gotta connect it. We got new internet, everybody. And so I gotta connect it up to my internet. So give me 1 second. I know this is exciting, riveting stuff for you right now. I just gotta get connected to the new network that I set up. I don't know, it paused when I did that. Let's see. Ooh, we're on Wi-Fi now. Well, looky there. So our Wi-Fi was so bad, and I thought it was the cable company. I won't name which one, but you know the one. And it was so bad that I was like, I think it's their fault. And then I realized maybe it's the modem. Maybe the modem's gone out. And so I went and I bought a whole new modem and a whole new Wi-Fi setup. And so far, fingers crossed. What do I say? Cross my fingers, cross my toes, cross my eyes, and pick my nose. So hopefully that is all taken care of, and we won't have any issue. We'll cross our fingers. My wife even says yay for a new modem. So I'm going to see about letting our special guest in. I'm going to first put a Ask Us Anything. Ask Us Anything. And assuming our guest is watching, I will ask them to join in 1 second. Here we go. And now I'm going to ask our special guest. Let me see if I can get this typed in. I don't know if you see the screen go woo, woo, woo. Okay. That's where I sip my water now. And it worked.
Yay.
Hello.
Hey.
Hello.
On.
How are you? How are you holding up for the day already?
Good. A little tired.
Yeah. Yeah, I was, I know that your schedule is maybe a bit longer than mine, because you said you have 4-hour classes, right?
Yeah, like they go from like 1:30 to around 6 at the
Yeah.
latest, but sometimes
Yeah.
you get out a little early.
Okay. And so, I know that I was 8:20 until about 5 o'clock today. And so like, is standard fare for me Thursday night. So first of all, thank you for joining us, but I was going to say thank you, especially with your crowded schedule on a day like this, because I know your pain. But thank you for joining us.
Oh, no problem. It's my pleasure. It should be a lot of fun. I'm looking forward to it. Never done this, so we'll see how it goes.
Never been live?
No, not like I mean, I've done something with the SCWI where I did where I had like a bunch of like Apple devices like set up, and I kind of talked and did a demo real quick for about an hour or so, maybe
Yeah.
90 minutes. But this is live.
This is out to the world, not just SCBWI. So we're huge fans of yours. I was just going through books again. My Hair is a Book, going through this and just getting captivated. We're watching the next, no, what is it? Sky News's next big portrait artist from England. where it's a portrait and art competition.
Oh,
That's really good. You can find it on I don't even know what it's on that we're watching. Maybe YouTube. But really lovely. And I was thinking the other night, I was like, they don't ever have collage artists on there very often.
no.
And I was looking through this and being like, oh, like they got to get collage artists on because I'm such a big fan of your use of paper and paint and combination. This spread in particular,
Yeah.
floored me. Just the composition and the willingness to just let this page be like the tip of the gavel.
Yeah.
Just text. I was like, oh, it's so good. But as the standard fare for us, there's people that are going to be watching and they may not know who you are and they should be ashamed of themselves. But my wife said it's on Prime. If you ever want to watch, it's on Amazon Prime.
Okay.
That show. But will you give us a quick rundown of who you are and what you do?
Hi, my name is London Ladd. I've been primarily a picture book illustrator for about 18 plus years, but I also do editorial, book covers. I've done public art, murals, and various other kind of projects. I also teach. I'm finishing up my first year as a full-time faculty member at Syracuse University, which is my alma mater. So I'm loving that. It's a lot of challenges, to balance two tight full-time careers, but
Yeah.
I love it all.
And wait, you said this is your first year? Did I?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. So for full-time course load, but I was an adjunct for a few years, teaching editorial illustration, intro, intermediate illustration, visual voice with grads.
Yeah. Well,
So yeah,
this is the first time where it's just nonstop.
yeah. Yeah,
Yeah.
like this is where I
Yeah.
think I had a colleague say, like as the adjunct, you're like the crazy uncle. Now you got to be the dad.
Yep.
Uh,
The amount of I don't even today. I went and helped some student or said something and then was about to say because they didn't say thank you. I was about to go thanks, Dad, to remind them. And it's it really is this weird fatherly role that happens in that situation.
Yeah.
Well, again, thank you for joining us. This is huge for us. My wife at the beginning of this always sort of keeps track of what we use material wise, and I know that you're a mixed media artist, so I'm sure there's so many different things in front of you on a regular basis. But if you would do us the honor of trying to go through at least what you're using tonight, or and if there's brands, in case anybody's like, oh, what brand is that?
Sure.
If you could relay that would be awesome.
Yeah. Do you want me to as I'm going along or right at the beginning?
Why don't you do it at the beginning because she's tracking it right now. I know.
Okay. Yeah, I think obviously I'm primarily because of deadlines. I got to be fast, so it's acrylic. So I primarily use. I'll actually taking a little tour.
That'd be awesome. This is the exciting part.
Yeah, it's hard to see, but I use a lot of acrylic, which is more golden. They're based out of if you see right here, golden paints. They're more professional, thick-bodied paints. I use a lot out of the jar because usually the tube I break the ends, and it dries out.
I was wondering about that because I don't do the jar thing because I would just get too messy trying to scoop out or get it out. But everybody has their preference. So that makes sense.
So yeah, I use a lot of golden. They're based out of Binghamton, really thick, heavy body. But they're good. They have more liquid, which is more of. It kind of as I call it, it's like zombie paint, like watercolors. It activates and dry, So, but I like this brand because it's very heavy bodied. I used to use Liquitex for years, but then I found Golden. It just was more dense.
Golden has a higher pigment ratio than what Liquitex has, and it's honestly the thing that I love about Golden is they put the little swatch on the outside of the paint.
Yeah,
that actually matches the paint on the inside.
Right, and they just tell you, if it's more translucent, the opacity of it. If it's like cadmiums, which are chemical, can be dangerous. So I love Golden. That's my primary go-to for acrylics, but I've dabbled in Holbein. I've gotten the Holbein acrylics.
Yeah,
I like them. They can be a little bit runnier.
they are.
Um,
Yeah, the
and
viscosity is lower
yeah,
on those. Yeah,
and but I like their like I've gotten into like the more luminous colors. So I've taken like like whether it's like kind of like I have this one which is like fluorescent red, and I've tried to like incorporate some of that into the colors. Maybe even if it's the base that's like the wash that's underneath,
yeah,
so
the
it kind of
ground.
pops through. Yeah. So golden is my go-to, with a dabble of like Holbein. Again, I will have Holbein, but they're tubes and they get on my nerves. So sometimes what I'll do is I'll buy a bunch of golden. Like I think you'll see it here. Where is it? Where I will buy golden paints, like titanium white, and I'll put it in a bigger jar, and then use the jar of this
And
and
just
kind of
refill. Yeah,
yeah,
totally makes sense. Are you
yeah.
are you a tooth person where like if the tube gets too tight, you actually
No, I too old for that. I got the pliers.
okay.
I got the pliers for that. So mainly I use that. I use a lot of matte media. That's what my adhesive is. So when I'm using cut paper or tissue paper, I put that down, and then
Yeah,
I will show during. So I use a golden matte medium. I use this thing that I learned while I was in elementary. Like any painting that I do, because the one thing I can't stand is when you start painting on something, it warps.
mm-hmm.
And so what I did is I put this barrier down, which is half soft gel, medium matte, modeling paste, and then I kind of thin it out. And it's like this soup mix. So what it is like it's like kind of like
Yeah,
and
yeah,
I put this over the drawing. Once the drawing is down, I put this barrier
yeah, and then
over it, and
liquid
I
doesn't
mean,
soak in.
yeah,
Yeah.
so it doesn't soak in. It gives it a little bit of tooth. You could use clear gesso, but I don't like gesso. I do not like
Mm-mm.
gesso at all. I don't like the texture of it. I don't like. Sometimes I'll draw on it, and I just don't
What
like it.
what what are you using for a surface that like are you illustration board or are you
Yeah,
yeah,
what I do for the demo, I'm gonna use just regular Bristol board. Just regular Bristol board.
yep.
But for any of the illustrations, and you can see there's one in progress right there for a project. But if you like, I got some of these hanging up. Like this one, as you talked about my hair as a book, this was the illustration about the cornrows. But I use this really thicker Strathmore board. It's like a 4-ply, so
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
it's really thick. And when I did black gold, it kind of warped. So when I sent it to the publisher, they would get it photographed, but
You could still
it
see.
just, yeah.
Yeah.
Whereas this is much more sturdy. So that means it doesn't, you can see, it just doesn't warp. And it
Yeah.
really takes a lot of pounding from the medium.
It's
So for that, so I use that kind of illustration board itself.
and what do you use for paper? I know you use tissue paper,
Mhm.
but is it just tissue paper?
I use a lot of tissue paper. Like here, I'll kind of.
I
I don't
didn't
know if
mean
you can see.
for you to have to like
No, I
go
don't.
around
It's
the
all right
studio,
here.
but this is lovely.
So, like, I go to the dollar store. We in the mall, our local mall, all the way in the back in the dollar part. You'll see like all these colors of tissue paper. So I will just buy them. They're like $1. They used to be $1, but now they're like $1.29. But I just would get different colors, different
Yeah.
oranges, just every color that you see. That sometimes I just like the feel of it. Um, so anything from all the warm colors, the cool colors. If I go, sometimes I will get like if I'm out somewhere, like I will get pattern tissue paper. Like if somebody gets a gift and I see tissue paper, I will
Yeah.
grab it. I will take it, and I will I can use that.
Do you ever
I will
have to wrestle someone for it though?
yeah,
No, I
and
was
I
going to use it on mine.
yeah. So I use a lot of like tissue paper, and I also like go. I'll go to like any of the office stores, and I will get colored paper
Yep.
and paint on the back of it.
That's what I
Or,
got here. Some cheap copy paper that's colored, that's acid free.
yep,
But beyond that, it's like I bought stacks of like different rainbow and vibrant colors and stuff to work.
yep, yep. I
This is
definitely get that Astro
this is
Bright.
fun because it's you're like all the stuff you're saying. If there's any of my students listening, uh, it's so good. I don't know if you have this in class too, where like you invite a guest in, and then all of a sudden they say the same thing that you've been saying all the time, and it's just that second like affirmation or confirmation from the person that says, yes, this actually is true, and it's not just your teacher making it up.
Right?
It's so nice to hear all this stuff as you're saying it.
Yeah.
So the other question tonight is, what are we making? Do you know what you're working on?
Yeah, what I'm gonna do again, because I do a lot of portraits, and I mean I've been into a lot of I've been doing a lot of sketching on movement and stuff. But I think for tonight, I want to just kind of sit down and work on a piece. So I did, I got like some of the drawing down here as my base. But as you can see, and if you don't mind, I don't know how this
Yeah.
is gonna look as I do this, but I got a lot of reference here. So I'm just trying to figure out the thing is, what I love about doing like a lot of like, especially more youth, mainly African American youth, is because of the fact that I think like trying to capture that youthful joy. So for me, getting a bunch of photographs, just different types of young girls, because it reminds me of my daughter.
Yeah.
My daughter is like she's gonna be 30 this year, so
Okay.
it's
Yeah.
I miss being a dad and really having a
Aw.
daughter and doing stuff with her. Because I'm an only child. She was my
Yeah.
only child, so we are a small family. So anytime I get a chance to do portraits, it's like I like to do stuff like because I do these kind of things where can you see?
Yeah. Yeah.
Or,
Yeah.
is it-
Yeah. I can see it.
um,
There you go.
um, the thing is, what I like to do is just kind of stuff to practice with technique, just to kind of stay sharp, experiment. Even like when I do my kind of sketchbook stuff, and I just finished the sketchbook. Like we were talking about, can you see that?
It's a little low. It's a little off
Uh,
camera.
is it there?
There. That's perfect.
Okay,
Perfect. Yeah.
good. Just doing like sketchbook stuff. But if I get a chance to, kind of play around and practice, just it always is nice to kind of do the studies, but at the same time, play, just playing around with like mixed media, kind of seeing what I can do with like this and how to kind of push color, push shape, push value. And, for me, I just love doing this kind of stuff.
Is
So when I get a chance to kind of really sit down and do something, especially with tonight's demo, I think just doing something that's familiar that I can kind of really share like the steps and the techniques that I implement and the kind of foundational, you know, elements that I keep in mind as I'm doing any type of work.
is that
So,
is that sketchbook something wherein you that's like the precipice for something you're going to try in an actual commercial illustration? Like, is that a testing ground, or is it more so just a sketchbook? Like, in other words, is it intended to be implemented into commercial projects, or is it more just a play of materials? And if it happens to be something you do later, then there's a lovely connection. But
it's funny. It's a combination of both. But I think like when you see like this page here, like I'm currently working on a project. It's Wheels on the Bus, but it's based in Nigeria.
Mm.
So I wanted to kind of get that more African type, like how do I get that kind of feel with that warm sun,
Yeah,
the clothing, so I think this one, it has implements of what I'm going to be doing in the book, and you can actually see, I don't know if my publisher would like this, but you can start to see some of it back there, right.
that's lovely. It's far enough back that I don't think we see enough details that your publisher, I don't think, is gonna yell at you in one. Um, well, why don't we get started and we can talk and chat? And I have lots of questions and sort of want to pick your brain
Mhm.
on sort of process and experimentation and things of the sort. Um, I do have a feed up here that has got a 10-second delay roughly on it. Uh,
Okay.
that it sort of goes out to the internet and then back into the house, and that adds a delay. So if you show something, it may take me a second to hunt down on the various screens.
Okay.
So why don't you get the camera the angle that makes sense for you?
Okay.
If it's tilting down, just so you know, it's upside down right now. So if there's a way to flip your camera
Oh God.
180 degrees, like rotate the camera, so it can still stay in the mount the way you have. Just
I will figure this out.
yeah.
Freaky.
There you go. Yeah.
All
then it
right.
should then it should match. Otherwise, people are going to see everything upside down the whole time.
Right.
Um, and so I'll keep an eye on it here as we go along.
How does that look?
Right now I see your ceiling.
Oh
So
God.
just no, no. All you got to do on the
There we
thing.
go.
There you go. Oh, perfect. Okay. And then the other thing you can do is you can also pinch the screen and it will zoom out if you need of any sort. But I'll keep an eye on it and just let you know if
Okay.
stuff goes off screen. Um, so as we get going here, I wanted to sort of uh, pick your brain, not only just material wise, but one of the things that I really do love about your work is, and it's sort of the reason why I play in collage too, is the looseness of edges. Like mine are sharp edges, but I'm doing the looseness with scissors. Yours sometimes has like a tear to it or a rough edge that's shown.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm wondering, sort of, how do you let that decision happen? Like, I'm trying to figure out a way to like phrase this nicely, but or not nicely, not like I was going to say it bad, but more so like, how do you know when to let a raw edge appear? When do you know how to, sharpen an edge, paint on paper? Real quick, it looks like we're looking at your reference more than we are
Oh,
the P. I'm
there we
assuming
go.
I didn't notice that before, so I apologize. I should have.
No. Is that better?
Let me. Yes, yes, perfect. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
How do you make those decisions is basically the question.
Oh man. I think usually what I do is I try to sit back and kind of figure out where you want the focal point to be. So wherever, like like with this reference right here, because of the fact that the reference is doing a great job of kind of directing, seeing her eyes and knowing that I love this, wherever I want to kind of dictate where I want the viewer to go is usually when I try to have it a little bit more
Like,
intentionally like precise.
yeah,
Whereas when it
yeah,
starts to go away, it starts to, I kind of let it go and be a little bit more organic.
yeah. So it's sort of it's the way, like, when I talk about colors, I talk about a focal color,
Yep.
like a thing that draws your eye to a certain section of the image, and in that case, you're talking about like a focal edge. As best
Yes.
like, I don't know if that's the right wording, but that same sort of sentiment of
Mm-hmm.
the contrast of loose, and then all of a sudden you give us one thing that's really sharp, and your eye's going to automatically lean towards that.
Yep.
So with I know that you said that you work relatively fast in our communication before, um, like might be able to get something done in a couple hours kind of situation.
Mm-hmm.
Is that out of necessity, that sort of the speed at which you work, or is that out of um, uh, just you like to be a faster painter? I mean, you mentioned the idea of acrylics and liking or you said like, the speed is a factor because you got to get jobs done.
Right.
And I'm wondering,
Yeah.
like, with the way that you work, is that manifested because of that desire for going fast, or is the fastness just a way that you work and it happens to make your life easier with the commercial side?
I think it's a little bit of both. Commercially, that's what I kind of tend to like just push it, but also I think I like the spontaneity of going fast and not trying to rest in a place too long,
Yeah.
you know, and try to just move it. And then it's funny because I want to move it, but then I will stop, and what I will do is I will put it to the side, hang it up like you see in the studio here, and let it sit for a day or so, work on something else, because that allows me kind of like ways to be spontaneous, like that I try to capture. Because to me, I what I love about sketchbook art is just the looseness and the freedom of it. And I just the energy of it is just always fascinates me. So I try to replicate that into my work, trying to in my practice. But again, come back to it and then kind of work on it a little bit more, maybe in another day or two,
Yes, or
and just give and almost time myself. Sometimes I will sit, like especially on like a book project, I will definitely sit on something and ponder, and then when I feel it's ready, I just get started on it. One thing is I use a heat gun. Is that going to be okay? Because that's going to get loud.
yeah, go ahead and use it. And while it just as you work on, I mean, test it. Let's see. I use a hair dryer every once in a while.
Is that okay?
Yeah, I mean, it's we can hear it, but we'll skip talking for that second while you're using the heat
Yeah.
gun. So
Yeah, I don't I what I like about the heat gun, and I'll show with the tissue paper and some of the textures that kind of create on this paper. There's a lot of fun with the heat gun, what it does, and how it really the high intensity heat kind of activates things that can't happen without
yeah,
it.
I used to use gel medium, like essentially a gloss medium or a matte medium,
Hmm.
and I would use it really thick. Like when I was going through grad school, I would do paintings, and then I would throw that on, and I would use a hair dryer or a heat gun, and it would dry the surface, but it'd still be wet underneath, and you get these amazing crackles and like
Yep.
weird valleys. And it's hard to predict where it's going to happen 100%, but if you're willing to let that sort of chaos reign, then
Yeah,
you can get some cool effects out of it.
definitely.
Um, so, talk to me a little bit about sort of career.
Hmm.
Uh, uh, I mean, the generic question is, when did you start liking art? And we can go back to that, but the talk to me a little bit about sort of like when did this all start to pay off, or when did uh, this path become a clear uh, linear thing that you could walk down?
I'm still trying to figure that out. Um, I mean, I don't know. The funny thing about this business, and I'll tell, and I don't know if this is going to answer the question, but I honestly, I never really feel like a sense, like a sense of like comfort, in what I do, and even with the success that I've achieved, like late, right, in this part of my career, I think, you know, for me, I don't, I can't, I don't even know, because the way my career has gone, when I first started out and I got my first book, March On,
Yeah,
back, and it came out in, I got my first contract in February of 2007. Did that book fast, had to have all the sketches and final art, um, done by August. So it was an insane like schedule to
Yeah,
kind
that
of really,
fast.
yeah,
Let's see, March, April, May, June, July. Yeah, 6 months. That's on the tight side.
yeah. But when you get the opportunity, you got to take it,
Yeah.
and that's what I did. Is really made sure to. And I'm sorry, I'm gonna do like a little color study before going
Oh,
right into it.
this is the whole point. Don't worry about like you don't have to say sorry. I'm going to do this. Just work. People want to see you work. I want to see you work, and sort of watch your process.
Hmm.
Because we all get to see the end result, but seeing the stages and seeing and hopefully this doesn't happen too much, but the mistakes
Yes,
that happen along the way.
the
I mean, I
happy
like I
accident.
like mistakes, but not everybody does.
Right. Yeah. The good old happy accidents.
Yeah.
Uh,
How much does it because like collage, like similar to what I'm doing now,
mhm.
I'm creating textures to be able to cut out and whatnot, but some of this is a guessing game. Like I don't know how it's going to look until I start attaching things to the page.
Right.
And how much of the process for you is that sort of, you have a vision of where these colors go before you even put them down, and how much of it is I'm going to put this on the page, see what happens, and then react to it.
I think early on in my color experimentation with collage, it was probably the latter, like just to kind of like, okay, what's going to happen
Yeah.
here? But now, after doing it, like pretty much doing this since 2019, this is the fall of 2019, I have I at least through a lot of trial and error have kind of figured out, okay, this is what's going to work. This like, so I think I have a little bit more confidence in what I'm doing. Um, and how to kind of really lay down the colors, good, bad, or otherwise.
Yeah.
And I think the biggest thing that's so different about the way that I work now is the fact that I have an approach that's unique to me, that's unique to my voice and how I want to represent whatever subject matter there is. Because I know what it takes to do it. I understand. I can see the macro of it more than anything else. And I think that's like, I remember being as an undergrad, you would always hear that. Like you would hear these professors, these older professors talk about, and they would show examples of other artists, how they kind of really figured it out, and they're still figuring it out,
Yeah.
and they're so many years age, and now that I really feel like, okay, this is my way of working, and I'm confident in this. Even like you said, through kind of trial and error, like it's gonna happen.
Yeah. You,
I will solve this. Um,
you
and that's the beauty of what I do now and the joys of it. Um,
the sort of metaphor I would think for, or the I think metaphor is the right word. It's like you've seen the hurdle before, or you run into the hurdle, but you're better at sort of, or you know how to get around it faster
mhm,
every time you run into that hurdle, and you're going to run into it all the time. It's always going to be there, but you get better at the adaptation side of it. I was
mhm,
going to ask you, and this is like a weird question,
yes.
but this is this is a real weird question. Uh, do you care? And what I mean by that, it's not like, hey, your work is awful. It seems like you don't care, but more so, have you gotten to the point with what you're doing that you're less concerned about um, making something that will please someone else and more concerned about just making work that feels right? And you know what I mean? Like, do you care about what others are saying? Do you care, or do you just make work that feels good to you and then know that it's going to be accepted or potentially challenged or what have you down the line?
Oh God.
I ask loaded questions. I'm sorry, I do ask loaded
No,
questions.
no, no, because it's a great question. Because at this point, and I don't care I do care. I honestly do, because especially as somebody who is, you know, somebody who teaches in higher academia.
Yeah.
So you gotta have like a sense of caring, about my work, because it's gonna because you got these young people that are looking at you and seeing what you do and how you work. So there is a level of care that goes into it. But the thing is, there is a freedom that I try to give myself where I don't care, irregardless of the circumstance.
Yeah.
Um,
Like you're not
and
bound by someone else's rules of
yeah,
of
I think
what is supposed to happen. Yeah.
exactly. And that's freeing in that sense, where I think it's just trying to have confidence in what you're trying to really do and how you're going to really figure it out and be happy with the results.
Yeah.
um that in itself is very, very challenging for me, because of the fact that, again, I am somebody who is very can be very sensitive to others, and also to myself. So it's like this really delicate balance. It's like being able to be confident in my abilities, even as I'm sitting here painting live, and who knows who's watching and what they're thinking, and they're like, what, why is
Yeah.
this like this? What is he doing?
Who does this guy think he is? That kind of,
Right?
yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it's interesting because it sounds like you and I are relatively in the sort of same age, and I've mentioned this quite a few times on here with people, but I feel like I'm at a point wherein um, I care about my artwork, but I also don't care as much about what people think of it as I did when I was younger. I mean, obviously, art directors and the client, I want to please them,
Yeah.
but I am less sort of looking at everybody else going, ooh, I need to match them,
Right.
live up to their standards, and instead say, who cares about their standards? Who cares about their sort of like whether I'm considered a success or part of the pack or whatever it may be, and just like make work that is inherently true to me, and
Yeah.
let the chips fall where they.
Yeah. I think I think that it is. You got to make the client happy, because you got to make sure to get more work.
Yeah.
Um, but at the same time, you got to have like some sense like of creative liberty, I guess, to like be open minded and not get consumed with like how others may feel, or what they're saying about how your work looks, or if this. But because I think, the one thing I love about the illustration like world, the art world, is the fact that everybody understands how hard this is,
Yeah.
and we're all, I would not be here without others being caring enough to kind of help me out in my journey and give back. So people are real friend. I've only met a few people that I was like, boy, that person is just
A jerk. Yeah.
yes, yeah,
Yeah. I can
um,
say the exact same. There's only been, I think, two people I can name, and I won't name them on here.
yeah,
Two
same,
people that I'm like, I don't want to deal with them ever again.
right, same. And I was like, it's no fault of their own. Maybe it was just a bad day. Maybe something's going on. Who knows? I can't take it personal. Um, so I think, like, for me, it's been a lot more freeing to be able to really have a sense of like, okay, I really do deeply care about my work, but at the same time, I'm not gonna obsess on it.
Yeah. Do you and this is maybe a very loaded question, but some of the subject matter that you deal with in the books are really weighted subject matter, like things that are really important about diversity and things about representation and
Hmm.
and love of your culture and your upbringing and things of the sort. But do you feel like that? And again, I'm going to ask these pointed questions. But does it feel ever like there is a pressure put on you to appease a larger crowd with what you're doing, and not just making something that's uh, pleases you in that situation? I've heard I had Hatem Ali on.
Mm-hmm.
That was a long time ago. Now that I think about it, and he was talking about that art directors and things were asking for him to speak to a larger audience, like he was the spokesperson
Oh.
for his area of the world, or his upbringing and things of the sort. And I'm wondering, does that ever influence or play a part in that idea of uh, the I'm trying to figure out how to say this because now I just lost my train of thought, honestly. But does it ever play a part in sort of how you or the expectation of what people want from you versus what you want to give? Or is that an easy transition and you just go, you know what, that's actually what I want to say, and this is what I want to cover, and it's not really an argument or a fight to try to like get your voice in?
I gotta figure this question out because I
That was loaded. That was probably the most loaded one I've said in a while, or asked in a while.
all right. You'll have to re-ask that question.
I mean, I'll try to paraphrase it better. Do you think that because the subject matters that you work on are so inherently tied to representation and uplifting, parts of the sort of youth of America and the people reading the books, do you think that has any impact on your desire to please your audience in the work that you make or the work that you select to work on or anything of that sort?
No, not anymore, because the stuff that I'm doing, I deeply care and love about. I think that what I love about this kind of work that I'm doing now, because it is representational. I mean, that was my thesis, was on Black representation,
Yeah.
because it was something that was always a struggle for me, about representation in myself as a creator. So the kind of work that I'm doing now, I feel like spiritually it's aligning with everything that I believe in. And you know, the I think the work that I did, and I would call in my first part of my life, um, that one would probably be more what you're talking about, because it was dealing with a lot of heavy topics
Okay.
about historical, uplifting historical events, and like in African American history. But for me, you know, I got tied down into that, where to the point where I felt like I couldn't break away from it. I didn't know how to break away from it.
Yeah.
If that
Yeah.
makes sense.
Well, sort of like being pigeonholed as this is the only work that you can do or the only work that is expected of you. Or, I mean, admittedly, I do a lot of potty humor books, so I don't have this like. I mean, obviously I'm trying to make work for kids and important things, but I don't have the like. No one looks at the work and goes, "Oh, that really made my soul feel better."
Yeah.
Most people go, "That was funny that there was a poop joke in there," and that's about the extent of how deep they go. And so it's a world that is sort of foreign to me to think about sort of the grand scope of like influence and um, uh, the perception of work like that outside of a dumb fart joke.
Yeah. Because it's funny, because as an undergrad, I because I was an older undergrad. I was in my I because I when I was transferred from like a community college to Syracuse University, I was married and had a child.
Mm.
So going into my studies, like I was and being somebody who didn't know I didn't feel like I was Black enough. um, because of my background. Because my mom, she was white. I was mixed. I was, and so I always felt like this. Like I didn't feel like I was one culture, and I didn't look like the
Yeah.
other culture.
Yeah.
So being somebody who is now um, a father and a husband, I felt like for me it was like now I'm in school. I want to be an illustrator. I want to do books, but seeing these kind of books that were out back in the like mid 1990s, because a lot of like great African American illustrators like the Floyd Coopers and the Jerry Pinkneys and the Kadir Nelsons, Evie Lewis, Eric Velasquez, all these people that I really studied in college, they were the ones that were doing these books that I desired to do because they were really bringing out this sense of, his historical significance for African Americans, representation, not, making, African Americans like look and feel real.
Yeah.
So that's what I knew. So when I went to school, that's as a picture book illustrator, that's what I wanted to do, and do it like they did, and figured I got to do historical stuff like them, and that's all I knew. So by the time I built my portfolio, graduated, and was able to get my first contract in '07, and it was March on, I'm like, oh my goodness, I've arrived, I've made it. Which you do that book, and then you get the next book, which was the Oprah book, which is on a historical figure, and then I, eventually Under the Freedom Tree, which is about the Emancipation Oak,
Yep.
about the slave era, um, the contraband slaves. I'm learning all of these fascinating things more in depth about African American history during those eras, and then Douglas, and then doing other ones like Waiting for Pumpsy, and eventually Midnight Teacher. Like I was doing all of these books, and I felt like proud of the work that I was doing, and really educating young people, going to schools and talking about the research that I did for these books, and the power, and they're not just books, and you but then at the same time, um, I wanted to do more, meaning more books on more contemporary
Yeah.
things, like full, like a little bit more joy, a little bit more like fun and humor, like you were talking about. Like I desired that. I wanted color, like you kind of seeing here in this. Um,
But speaking of
so
that, can you shift the camera over to or move the piece?
is that it?
Hold on a second. I have to stand up to look at my phone to
Is
uh
that better?
a little bit better. Yeah, okay, right there. Perfect. Thank you.
Good.
You were working on the sketchbook and then you shifted and the camera didn't shift, so it was catching up. But I totally get that idea of uh like especially the historical aspect of all of a sudden that becomes your sort of calling card, and
Hmm.
you don't want to have that. And I didn't mean to get into a real heady topic right
No,
off.
it's fine.
It's one of those things. Like I have a student right now who is uh, thesis project that he's working on is basically about that idea of being, not light enough to be dark and not dark enough to be light, is a piece that he has that's talking about sort of mixed race uh, culture and the perception and the challenges that go along with that. And having these things that are really loaded and challenging topics
Hmm.
in a classroom of illustrators who oftentimes are like, I just want to draw a cool dragon or something of the sort. And it's really interesting to watch the interaction. And obviously the students are like really care about what's being presented in that situation. There's also this level of like uh, it's, I'm sure, challenging on that student to be always having to talk about and always having to sort of like have that conversation on
Hmm.
a daily basis. And sometimes you just want to like sit and work and not have to interact in that same way. It's just one of those
Right.
topics that's sort of like on my mind based on that project in
Mm.
particular.
Yeah, if your student ever wants to talk, I'm more than happy to share anything, and from my experiences of what I, as being somebody who is, biracial, and and really struggled with that sense of identity. Again, like I said, I did a thesis on it, and it really, like, I would, without doing that thesis and without really digging into and talking to other African Americans who I think, would never struggle with that sense of identity, to kind of hear them say that, talk about, like, be honest, like, no, I struggle with it just as much as you do.
Yeah.
And it was the most liberating thing for me, because I was like, oh my goodness, so I guess that's not unique unto me. And to be able to uh, have doubts at some point in your life about who you are and what makes you uniquely you. Um,
That's the unique aspect of books, like the books that you worked on, and some of those, especially like the like looking at the my hair is a book thing. Like there is so much of that I mean, it's not something that I have lived. Obviously I can sort of relate in the sense, or have some sympathy
mhm.
for the situation that people go in, of that, being somehow other or something of the sort. But it's, what's really nice about it is universal enough a language that I think kids can pick up on,
Mhm.
and potentially adults don't always give the credit for kids being able to understand and have empathy or have sympathy. I always forget what empathy and sympathy are. So I always forget which one's which. So bear in mind that I'm probably using the wrong one. But just that idea of like those kinds of things are so important for kids that, even today I was talking with my class about neurodivergent students, talking about students who are in therapy, and the difference of when I was in school, and probably similar for you, that some of that stuff was just never talked about. And
Mhm.
then all of a sudden, we're in an environment now where like people are much more open and willing to address some of these topics that were sort of taboo, or um, you know, not spoken of in public a way.
Right.
Um, and so it's I don't know. It's fascinating. We can jump. I should also state, I didn't say this before, but we can talk about anything you want. So if you want to talk about like your favorite candy at the movie theater,
No,
that's okay too.
no, it's fine.
Or,
I appreciate the conversation. It doesn't bother me at all.
yeah,
It's I just want to make sure that you know that this is a safe space to kind of really talk and share and
yeah.
stuff. And I'm fine. I like I said, I've when I've done school visits, I've talked about, like, traumatic things that's happened to me, whether, like, life altering things, and or if I go through therapy, or if I go through doubts and fears. So I I appreciate the talk. I enjoy it. It's good learning. It's I'm pretty sure other people can benefit from this as well.
So
Um,
let's
I'm sorry. Here, I'm gonna show.
oh, go
Um,
ahead, please.
okay, so wait, we're gonna go back to that. So at this point, now that I got this down, I kind of use some underlying colors, purples and stuff like that, in the more cooler areas. Um, I like this texture that I put down with the brayer of that base color, just to kind of take some of this out. And what I do at this point, before I actually put this stuff down, I usually trace out with tracing paper, and I create, like, this blueprint, because what happens is I start to kind of cut paper over this, I lose the line. So this helps me kind of, like, know the drawing that I have
Yeah,
underneath.
that's I always, when I do that with when I do acrylic paintings and things of the sort, I just tape that trace and all the things like to the top of the sheet, so I can just flip it down and see
Mm.
where I was and like how close I am at any point. Um, Real quick,
Yeah.
I might suggest your camera. If we could,
Oh,
is your is your screen pointed down?
I guess I got to tighten the
Oh, is it
the.
shifting on us? And I haven't.
Yeah. Is that better?
Give me a second. Let me go up and look. Right now, I see the black and white photo and the yellow paper, and now we're shifting more towards the
Is
piece.
that better?
Well, here's Here's my yeah, okay, that's much better right there.
Perfect.
Okay. Yeah, it's a matter of you were talking about. I was like, I'm not sure I'm seeing the right things as we're going through. Uh, the the practice and the sort of learning on the fly of illustration,
Hmm.
um, and sort of having to translate that for other folks. Whether it be students or um, uh, other like at school functions,
Hmm.
like little kids, that kind of thing, or book readings or things of that sort. Do you find that sort of and this is maybe me asking a question that I kind of know the answer to somewhat, but do you find that there's a challenge of trying to get across some of the ideas in your head in a language that is understandable to those audiences, like the equivalent of like in academia, we can start talking about all these, really big words that sometimes don't mean anything, or sometimes are being used by faculty members just to sound smart. Um, but do you find that, like, in front of kids, that you struggle with trying to get that kind of the heart behind what you're saying out?
For college kids?
I was thinking just in general, like outside of college, because college kids, I think, they're used to us using words like it's juxtaposed, but like a little kid doesn't get that idea, or doesn't get the idea of you know you throw out the word. I'm trying to think of a good word that would be like the uh, besides juxtaposed. I'm trying to think of like an arty word. That's
Hold on. Hold on. I'm
yeah. Go for it. Don't worry.
just gonna do this. Sorry. It's this is the fun part. So yeah, you mean like just being able to talk to the younger
Yeah,
audience, just in general about what I do
yeah.
or the subject matter?
That's probably a smarter and faster way of saying what I was trying to say.
Yeah. I think yeah, there's a certain way that you can speak that I've had to kind of speak to kids. Um, especially when I was talking about certain historical topics, um, and really making it relate understandable to
Mm-hmm.
them. I think for me of late, because I do a lot of like lot more like the thematic tone of it is completely different than some of the stuff that I was doing before and the colors and stuff. I think I've had a easier time doing like talking to kids, being at schools, doing school visits, especially I haven't done as many since I did before the pandemic, but the times that I've been lucky enough to do some, since the pandemic, um, it really I think the way I spoke to them, I don't use big words, and I try to be as honest as possible about like my own struggles.
Yeah.
Um, and I think that really helps the kids really feel comfortable, um, and really be able to. I'm going to add more color here. Just be able to kind of really feel comfortable with me and what I do and how I articulate to them. If that answers, does that answer the question? I feel like that I was
Yeah.
kind of tailing off.
No. It's fine. We're both working, and you did answer the question, but I was going to say we're both working, and it's hard to. I throw out some questions that are that are hard to answer when you're also trying to solve some sort of visual equation that's in front of you. Um, one of the things that I wanted to ask you about, as we're working here, is the when you are doing sort of collage work and you're doing things where you're applying color and pigment
Mhm.
and all the fun stuff, um, do you have how often are you reassessing and changing, like you mentioned that idea of setting the work to the side, and that totally makes sense. I'm going to put it off, I'm going to look at it tomorrow, and if it still feels like it's a challenge or whatever, you address it at that moment. But do you ever restart a piece or like have to do it over because you come back to it and go, oh, this really is not working, or this really is not the piece that I want it to be.
Yeah, I did that a few times. I know I did that with Black Gold. When I did the one that eventually became the cover, it was one of the interior spreads. But yeah, that wasn't the size. I started out. That was the one thing that I had to figure out early on, especially like the way that I work now, is to be able to figure out the right size, and if I, and once I get a comfortable size of how I want to work, yes, then that's what I'll do. So what I did is I was like 40% of the way on a piece, on that particular piece, and I had to start it. I said I reluctantly I was like I got to start over. This is just not working. Um, I haven't done it too often because I think being able to have studies, um, do some kind of color comps, and thank God for the internet. I mean, not the internet, but the like like uh like Photoshop, so I can kind
Yeah.
of do little studies here and there to kind of really figure it out. To do as much planning as possible, and then again, like we were talking before, was I have a visual language and the way that I kind of interpret things, and I'm gonna start doing really fun things now. I'm just gonna just start being a little bit spontaneous
I
here.
like
Uh,
that you're saying that like the stuff you've been doing has not been fun up and like I'm watching
well,
like the colors you put down are so fun, and the gestural sort of mark making is so lovely. I understand the sentiment though. Like now you're gonna get loose and you're gonna start playing with materials.
yeah,
Uh, can I?
but I think
Oh, go
I'm
ahead.
sorry. No, I think like kind of it's been a lot easier, you know, talking with young people and sharing because of the fact that it's like I think the idea of really this more tangible type of doing art is really exciting for me to share, and like it makes it a lot easier to really you know talk about the stuff that I do, even if there's like heavier material in it, but at least like the colors are nice.
Okay, I was like at least, but the colors. Um, so I have a question for you, and I'm going to shift topics away maybe a little bit from the art side, for a hot minute here,
Hmm.
and talk about you're up in Syracuse, New York, right?
Yes, snowy Syracuse. How can we
Where?
help you?
Okay. Did you say how can we help you?
Yeah.
Okay, so uh, I have, and this is my horrible geographic understanding. Where, how far up is Syracuse? Because I know it's not New York City.
Hmm.
Is it near Buffalo?
We're 2 hours away, about 2 hours and 50. Well, I used to work in Buffalo. I used to teach at Damon. At then it was called Damon College. So I used to do the 2.5 hour drive. So
Oh,
we're 2.5 hour drive from Buffalo. We're about 2.5 hours. So from Albany, we're right in the central part of the
oh,
state. So if
okay.
you really think about it, like you can I've driven to New York City in 4.5 hours. I've gone to Cleveland in about 5 hours. I've gone to Boston in about 4.5 hours. I haven't gone up to Canada. um I we're low been down to Philadelphia, which takes about 4+ hours. It's a nice comfy spot in the middle of the state that it's Syracuse. I will say one thing about Syracuse, and let me just try this real quick. So the one thing about Syracuse is that we're like it's a city, but it feels like a more of a town
Okay.
than a city. and we are surrounded by some of the most beautiful nature, with the Adirondacks, with Lake George, with the Finger Lakes. It's just, I always tell people here, it's like if you come to Syracuse, if you move to Syracuse, you'll love what's around Syracuse.
Are you does that are you implying that Syracuse itself is okay, but the rest of it, the circumference is the
I
best
think
part?
this, well, the city of Syracuse, like I said, I've been born and
Sure.
raised here, so I've kind of seen it's going through like this amazing rebirth. Like actually, it's because of the fact that you know, there was not much industry here. It was a more blue collar town, but we got like Micron coming here, and there's businesses coming here, and they're remodeling old buildings, old industrial like buildings, and making them apartments and stuff like
Yeah.
that. So it's like I'm glad that at some point in my lifetime that I'm get to see Syracuse become the gem that it is, because I stayed in Syracuse. Yes, I had family and responsibilities as a father and as a husband at the time, but um, it's beautiful to kind of see it really start to become, as the city becomes interesting and as beautiful as the surrounding areas,
Yeah.
if
Okay.
that makes sense.
No, it makes okay. That makes sense. I thought you were just trashing it there for a second.
No, 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 no. I love Syracuse. I really do. It's
It's one of those places like I know the name. I kind of have a sense of where it is, but if you asked me to pinpoint it on a map with no labels, like I would probably be 2 hours to the west or to the right or
yeah.
whatever it may be. Um,
Oh,
and
Syracuse is great. If you ever come, let me know. We'll hang out. Everybody goes to the Dinosaur Barbecue. It's like, or Possibilities. There's certain restaurants that are like, whenever like people come into town, if they're well known or not, they always go to those places.
interesting.
Eh,
Okay,
You know,
it's
but
one of those towns that I just don't know the art scene. Like I know the school. I don't know the the culture of the city itself.
mm,
I think Buffalo. I just think like cold, snowy, and football. And
yeah,
I know it's more than that, uh, but that's the first thing that comes to mind. Like Syracuse, I think of the university, but I like outside of that, I couldn't tell you much else about the city. I don't know if I've ever been. I mean, maybe I have, but passed through at some point. But
mm-hmm.
it,
No, it's yeah, it was Syracuse University, and it was the Destiny Mall. It was like those are the things that kind of like what we're known for, but it's like they're going to tear down the viaduct, like they're going to tear down the highway that goes through the city and make a viaduct, so the traffic goes around the city, and it's going to really
change.
change like a lot of the landscape of it, and it's great. I'm super excited, and the art scene is not the it's not the best. I think Rochester has a better art scene. They got a lot of beautiful public murals. They have a lot of just. I think they have like the level of interest in art and the overall environment seems. I think is a little. It is better than Syracuse, but not to say we can't catch up.
Well, you're
Especially,
also. It sounds like you're so centralized for all these other places to go
yeah,
that you
yeah.
have more bright. Like if you're to get from Boston, like we're close enough to Boston that to get to something like Philadelphia is a haul because we have to basically go through Connecticut and New York and all the it's
Mm,
a much heftier drive
right.
um, to get to the far end of where you're going the other west just because we're on the eastern side. And so like I imagine especially for those students that you have that getting them off campus into these locations is probably um, uh, I hope they go see more
Yeah,
than
yeah,
than what some of the students do in Boston or like get around
yeah.
in the
It's funny because like for my grad class, my visual voice class, we we met off campus. We went to a downtown eatery, Salt City Market, which has all these really nice local restaurants, like, you know, whether it's Jamaican food, Vietnamese food, Middle Eastern food. So, you know, it's been such an intense summer. I mean, summer, an intense semester, and I think it was nice to kind of, we were going to draw off, like like off campus, do some like observational drawing downtown Syracuse. But the problem is it was cold. So we just pretty much kind of stayed in, talked, and what they did is they went to a different section of the market and just drew people in a lounge. And then when it was time to kind of look at artwork and see, okay, what did you guys draw? You know, they just kind of kept it really low, you know, close, low key, instead of like exploring this downtown area, which was the point of the go like meeting off
Yes, to
campus.
go explore.
Yeah, you know, and some of these kids, like, they've been here since September or late October, August, and they haven't been off campus. And
It's the how many drawings can you see of a dorm room? Before...
yeah, right, or the quad or
yeah,
something like that,
yeah.
you know. So, you know, for me, it was a nice experience, um, just to kind of talk to them and see how they feel and what's going on with them, and just kind of get a sense of, like, are they okay? Because, you know, as as an instructor, you know, I knew I was a grad. I got my master's in 2022, from Syracuse University. So, like, I know that feeling of, like, all too recently how the semester takes its toll,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
you know.
Did
But
uh, did you go,
hmm?
so you went to Syracuse for undergrad as well?
Yeah, undergrad and grad.
And
Um,
how far back to back?
I graduated in '06 with my undergrad, and then I graduated in 2022 with my MFA,
Okay.
which was, you know, it was I'm glad I did it. You know, it was, I didn't think I would be able to do it.
Well,
Um,
it's one of those ones where when I talk to students about going to grad school, I tend to tell them, like, you got to go out and live life a little bit before you go
yeah.
back, because you go back with a very distinct intent at that point, uh,
Mm-hmm.
versus sort of just saying, oh, I just need to extend my loans, or I,
God,
you know,
God.
whatever those, like, those variables are there, or my I would have to get a job if I don't go back to, or if I'm not back in grad school, whatever those, like, superficial things are. Um, what what made going back, was it for the teaching side, or was that for
No,
the
no, it was,
experience?
to be honest, not to cut you off. I went back because, and like I said, this is where I can be as transparent as possible. It's because I had um I had went through a divorce, um and then my mom passed away, and this all happened within 18 months. So for me, even before this kind of like the stuff started to kind of really fall apart personally, I knew that I had to create a different way and kind of go back to what we were talking about before, about the kind of books that I was doing before, because I got burnt out from, you know, doing those heavy historical
Yeah,
books,
yeah.
and I just needed to do something else, and I wanted, like, more life to my work. And I told my agent, this is before everything kind of really started to implode for me personally, like, I think I need a break and I need to kind of step away. After I did Midnight Teacher, I was like, okay, I gotta, I need to pause here, because I don't see the growth in my work. Um, and then what happened, obviously, like, I applied to grad school, I got into grad school, and you know, it's like, and it's funny because without those things that really happened to me on the personal side, I I feel like I was a much more equipped student, and to go back and to kind of really learn and do art in a way and discover what works for me, what I love to do, and how I love to create. Um, was probably the biggest thing. The teaching thing just it came along.
Yeah.
Maybe because I was the old man in the class. Um,
He's the wise
yeah,
one. That's really
yeah, I know, right? He's got the gray hair. He's let him, and it was. I loved grad school. Like as somebody who did that, um, I was again very. I was really scared to go back to school because I felt like I was a fraud and a failure. And to be able to go back to school and be around these really young, talented people that I was like, these kids are gonna just crush me. Um,
I mean,
Creatively, I'm not gonna be able to hang with these. They're gonna be amazing because I've seen a lot. I've at other grad school programs that I've like during my times, I've seen some amazing work, and I'm just like, how am I gonna compete with
yeah.
that? Um, and they were really they were an amazing group of kids because they pushed me to really work harder and create and 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 at the same time because I was older I felt like I need to be like that father figure to them and be the one to kind of because to kind of take the lead on certain things if they didn't want to ask questions or if they
Yeah.
were hesitant on things. Like I just really made sure to
You were willing to take the hit in this.
yeah. I think taking the hit and also being able to just enjoy the moment of being there and really taking full opportunity of this program at Syracuse University, or any grad program, because actually I got accepted to another grad program, but I chose Syracuse because it was like you were on campus, whereas the other ones were more, like off residency,
Yeah. Yeah.
and I think I needed that. It was funny because like we all need mentors and stuff like that. So somebody like I was lucky enough to have James Ransom as a mentor, and he was somebody that I really trusted his advice. And he was just, and I, because I remember trying to decide between Syracuse University and another grad program that was, off, like part time off residency. But James was like, you go to Syracuse because if you just want to kind of continue what you're doing, that other program allows you to do that, whereas Syracuse allows you to just figure it out. And he was right. Like I can't thank him enough.
Did you, when you were there, were you teaching while you were in grad school?
Yeah, actually, it was funny. I taught an editorial class um, during the pandemic. It was great. I loved it because as somebody who who really had a respect for editorial, but didn't feel like I was like as a children's book illustrator because I put myself in a box. I felt like I didn't think that I could do editorial on a consistent
Yeah.
basis or understand it. So I taught that class. And then I had taught that one, and then oh god, what was the other one that I had taught? Oh goodness, I was a TA with history of illustration with Bob Dacey. Um,
That's a tough one. That's a,
yeah,
you got to know your stuff. Uh,
yeah, but that's why thank God for Bob Dacey because he's like our Wikipedia because he sits there and talks about certain illustrators like Robert Heindel or Bernie Fuchs, and he was like, "Yeah, I used to hang out with them," and I'm like, "Huh?" I'm like, "What? How is this like? That's
I
crazy."
was telling my students the other day that we had a history of illustration class when I was in school, and the guy who taught it was this lovely man, Tom Seguros. Uh,
Oh,
I don't know. You know Tom Seguros?
it's-
You know the name?
it sounds familiar. Like I swear I can see his work.
There is a comedian that has a very similar
Yeah,
name.
Tom. Segura.
Yeah. So, anyways, not the same. But this man was he has since passed. He was a lovely person. But he was also legally blind at the time. Uh,
What?
so he had to be inches away from the artwork to see anything. And it was really sort of interesting to watch him work in this situation. But one of the things he would do during the history or the illustration history class is he would, this is the time frame where there was slide
Mm-hmm.
carousels and uh, not digital slides of any sort. And so he'd pop his carousel in, and then he would say to the class, "What's on screen?" And we would say, "Oh, it's a cowboy riding uh, on a horse." And then he'd go, "Oh, that's NC Wyeth's painting, blah blah blah. It's from this time frame," and he knew it by heart. Like he had taught the class so much that he knew every single slide that way, or he just knew like outside of that. Um,
Mm-hmm.
Fascinating as a student to be in that class and have the teacher yell out like, "What am I looking at?" And you answer, and then he immediately just goes off on this like lovely history of the golden age up through sort of modern, well, what was modern at the time,
Mm-hmm.
uh, um, and it's one of those things where like we used to have a history of illustration course, what we called survey of illustration at the school that I teach at, but in no way am I the person to teach that class. I don't remember names whatsoever, and probably don't keep up to date with enough of it at this point.
Do you go through the same? Oh my God, it's funny you say that because I tell that to my students because we'll go through a crit and I can see an artist that I'm like, you should look at this person, but I'm like, I can't remember this
Mm-hmm.
person. I'm so
Mm-hmm.
sorry. And then usually what I'll do is I'll wake up at 4 a.m. and I'll know it, and then I will email them and say, look at this artist. This is the artist I was trying to refer to. Um,
It's either that or uh, I end up, because I only know so many names, like only so many names I can remember. The students hear me just constantly go, "Hey, you should look at this one person," and they go, "You've already told us that one before." Uh,
oh
it's
God,
like it's
no.
it's, you know, it's not necessarily that it's a gimmick, but it becomes a hey, uh, my depth of knowledge only goes so far. I was
Yeah.
like one of the things with the collage stuff. I mentioned him today to a couple of students, but um, did did you grow up in the era of Jordan Issip?
That name sounds familiar. I know I have a file on him. I know that.
Yeah, he was one of those people when I was in school. I was like absolutely enamored with his work. Collage based work, a little bit abstract sort of characters, primarily editorial. This was in the like mid '90s, early to mid '90s, somewhere in there. And I think he still makes work and is still a active illustrator, but more so for galleries at this point.
Mm-hmm.
I believe. But he is someone who is a collage person who would like paint on paper, collage it down, paint on it again. And I was so enamored with him. And then I showed him to some students the other day, and I was like, wait a second, I'm kind of doing that now,
Oh wow.
material wise. And I did not know, or I didn't connect the dots that like I've kind of gone back to what I was into when I was in school.
Oh, that's cool. That's awesome.
Who are your heroes at this point? I mean, I know you listed some throughout the conversation here, but is there someone that you like people would be surprised to hear, or that would be challenging in some way?
Let me see, because there's so many people.
Just after you said I can't remember all the names, here I am going.
Yeah. No. God, now I can't remember his name because he was in my thesis. Damn it. Excuse my language. Oh goodness.
I'm trying to remember. There was an artist that a student talked about today that was so amazing that I could see you loving, and I can't remember the name. I'll look it up in the Google Drive, and I'll send it to you. I'm sure it's someone you know, but his use of color um, is astounding. He paints people primarily black and uh, African American sort of culture, but does a lot of glitter, like pink glitter for like hair. Uh,
Wow. No, you got to
it,
send me that. That sounds
so
fascinating.
it's like this really beautifully rendered, like painting, and then all of a sudden there's this hot pink hair. And
Mm.
so there's a focus on hair and on sort of the face, and it's not always glitter, but it's this intense color that's used. And I'm like, oh man, it's so lovely, and I can't remember his name now.
Yeah.
I'll send it to you in a DM if I remember after this.
Yeah, definitely. Um, I know I love Vuillard's work
Okay.
with his colors. I know I love Francis Bacon.
Mm-hmm.
Um, if you go more fine artsy, I love John English.
Yep. Yep.
I think that to me he's like a lot of what I base like my work on is inspired by him. I just think you can just look at his work and it's just fantastic. Um, just different eras of his career. And I actually saw him a few times up at Syracuse University because he was friends with Bob Dacey, like I said. But he would do demos, and I remember he was a scary guy, man, because he was so serious, but he was nice. But when you just like you're afraid to
Yeah.
talk to somebody
Yeah.
because he was real focused.
He was
Uh,
he was a name that, I mean, I remember folks would come into our illustration program, and some of them I would be in awe. Some of them I'd be like, who is this? Because I wasn't cultured enough to know the history of illustration and know how important they were.
mhm.
I remember we had, and I don't think he'll listen, but I will say CF Payne was there.
Yeah, oh yeah, yeah, I remember
However,
met him.
amazing artist. However, he did make fun of me about the way I looked at the time. Uh, he said I looked like one of the guys from the Proclaimers. Uh, that I would walk 500 miles, and admittedly, looking back on it, I probably did look like one of those guys. Um, but that's all I remember from that conversation. I was like, he just said I look like a proclaimer, and I don't like that. Uh, but of course I did. I was a skinny, sort of buzzed hair goof. Let's put it that way.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah,
he wasn't wrong, is what I'm saying.
yeah.
The what have you done any sort of like college lectures and things of the sort? Like I know in Kidlit we go to like elementary schools
Hmm.
and we talk, but do you do a lot of like lecturing at other schools?
Not yet, but I would.
Yeah,
um, yeah, I think it's for me it's I because I have a lot that I could love to share with the experiences of what I've done and kind of really pushed my art. And yeah, I've been able to talk to librarians, school teachers, community figures, obviously elementary school kids and stuff like that. But I don't think I've only done like a talk at Syracuse University, as when I was like at the beginning of this school year as new faculty, as like an intro to the students,
yeah.
where you would do like the visiting artist lecture series. It's called Vals, and me and this another illustrator that was newly hired, we got hired at the same time. We did back to back Vals talks about and just kind of shared. But no, I've never went to other colleges, so.
I've only ever done it once, and it was just like a trade. A friend came and visited my school and talked to my students, so I went to talk to his students. But it,
Mm.
it's always like those people that get asked to come into a college. I feel like that's the next thing to crack at some point of like, ooh, not only am I going to talk to a bunch of little kids, but I'm going to talk to an illustration class because the illustration professor knows who I am. Sort
Yeah.
of situation. Um, was it okay? Here's a question I have for you, because you are a teacher and
Yes.
because you newish to the full time side of it.
Yes.
I have had this statement, and I don't know how true this statement is 100%, but I've had the statement that there's some teachers who teach to subsidize their artwork, and then there's some teachers who teach to or who do artwork to subsidize their teaching.
Mm.
And part of that, and I lean towards that second one, the latter, that teaching is so like I've been doing it for 20 plus years at this point,
Oh wow.
and I don't know what I would do without it, to be
Mm.
honest. And it's one of those things where like I look at that and go, obviously like I love it, but I also know that there's things I got to do for myself at some point.
Yeah,
But I'm wondering, like, how important is teaching to you as a practice beyond a paycheck or beyond a like um, a career? Is it something that has become so rewarding that like it'd be hard to give up at this
that's a great question. That's right now, because I'm so new to it and I really enjoy my students. I really get in, and this is gonna sound so cliche, like as if I'm gonna like a salesman here, but I really do enjoy it. But I still, after 18 years, I'm a freelancer at heart.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That's just what it's my love. Like, to be able to, the the rush of make doing the deadline, getting the finding the work, doing the assignment. Um,
So you're
it's
dropping.
it's something that really I guess I just feed off of that energy. Um,
It, it's one of those, like, I think I probably, and maybe this is a like a weird way to say this, but I feel like maybe I am more successful as a teacher than
mm,
as an artist. Um, and I don't mean that in the sense of like my art is awful or anything of the sort, but more so I think that like my skill set is probably stronger on the giving side of
mm.
education than it is on the like technical know-how aspect. Um, and I don't think there's a problem with either of those, like as a career for anybody. Not like, oh, you don't like to teach, so how dare you kind of situation. But it's just an interesting sort of thought that I've been having a lot. Again, that sort of like, you reach an age and you start to question, what's my purpose here? Uh, and I think some of that is just like, oh, I really love talking to people and helping them figure out where to go versus always trying to figure out where I'm going.
Mm.
I know.
Mm. That's powerful, because the thing is, right now, I've been really battling with that sense of, okay, am I making an impact on my kids here? Am I really, is it really, what I'm saying, does it make sense? Because I can say it I understand how to do it,
Yeah.
and to translate it into words and make it understandable to them is something that in the back of my mind I'm always fighting with. Is this because I'm always saying, and I feel like I say this a lot to them, do you know what I'm saying? Do you know what I'm saying? Does it make sense? Does it make sense?
Yeah.
Because it's like like especially when you see something like you see them in a work in progress, and it's like, really, wow, that's really interesting how they're really solving that problem, and you get excited, and you're like, and I just kind of fumble over my words, and just because of really getting that excitement to kind of really see, okay, just go do this, then I'm like, okay, I'm not making sense here. I need to just slow down, shut up, and just listen to them, and then just say a few things here or there.
One of the one of the things, I forget who it was that told me this at one point, and I think it's a great lesson that I heard from them was, don't ask them, because I do the same thing. I say, do you know what I mean? And I sort of leave that. But there's so many students that just say yes.
Yep.
They they don't want to sound like they don't know what you mean. And this person told me, and I need to do it more often, is to say, oh, can you tell me what the assignment is, or can you read back to me, or uh, let me know sort of what is being asked of you, and then I can listen to sort of what they're saying and go, oh, you missed this one thing, or I didn't say it clearly enough, or find those little hiccups that are there. It looks like your camera shifted just a little bit.
Oh, dang it.
Again,
Is
it's
it
I
is that it?
I will tell you, my rig, it took me so long to tighten it to a point where it doesn't move. Uh,
Is this better?
Give me 1 second. Again, I have to change my position. Yes, much better. Thank you.
Sorry about that.
No worries, no worries. Like I said, this one shifts on me, and the one I had before, like I would touch my desk and the whole thing would wiggle for half an hour because it was so loose. But just that idea of like, yeah, I always make this assumption that like I'm so clear and effective, and then you get that student who comes back and it's like totally the wrong size, and the assumption is always like, oh, they didn't follow directions, but probably a good chunk of that time is me not being clear
Yeah.
in my to them or whatever it may be.
Yeah. It, it, it it's a challenge that I've been speaking slower and really making sure to not get the word salad going.
Yep.
Um, that's the one thing that I kind of really have made sure to be aware of. Um, and I'm appreciative of like the idea of self-reflection and knowing that, okay, what do I need to kind of work on here? What do I need to, to be better, to be more effective?
Yeah.
Um,
Is there,
cause,
is there
hmm?
like the idea of word salad that I mentioned? That's a great uh, sentiment. Like I know exactly what you're talking about when you use that phrase. Um, do you find that, especially when you're on like deadline, or because I'm assuming you teach and then you go home and you have deadlines and you have to work at night, or you have to work on odd hours sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
But does that come back to haunt you in the classroom? Like, is that where some of that, like for me, my morning classes, I'm probably not as effective as I am in the afternoon class because I'm just tired. It's life. That happens.
Yeah, it's funny you say that because again, I teach two classes in one day. One in the morning. We start around 8:30, sometimes 9. That one goes until 12:30, and then the next one, like that could go from 1:30 to like again between 5 and 6. In those days, woo.
Wait, how many days a week do you teach then?
It's only 2.
Okay, but
But I go in
like
for like a third and sometimes a fourth day just to meet with students.
okay, okay.
So it's yeah.
I just when you said that, I was thinking like, do you only go in once a week and only teach 2 classes total?
Oh no, God, I wish.
That was so stormy. I'm like, oh man, I want that. I want that gig. I want
Yeah.
those kind of numbers. So you do a 2-2.
I do a 3-3 load.
A 3-3 load. Wait. Huh?
Right, like the 3 classes in the
Oh, so
fall and 3 in the spring. Is that what you
3
meant?
classes in the fall, 3 classes in the spring. It's what you do.
Yes.
But how long are your classes per week? Like each class meets for a total of what per week?
Like 4.5 hours, 5 hours.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so you're doing longer Okay, I see. I get it now. We break ours up into like 3 threes, so or not 3 threes, but 2 hours and 40 minutes twice a week.
Oh wow.
So it's you meet with the students twice a week, but for a shorter period of time than what you're doing. But that's what was throwing me when you said you went in twice a week. I was like, okay, yeah, loud and clear. Let's put that. I get it now. It took me a while, but I got there. Is there with deadlines, and you mentioned that you work fast, and watching it tonight, yes, you have worked fast. I'm like barely getting stuff done as we're going along. But are you someone who pushes up against deadlines? When I was talking about that, like, working odd hours to make your life or to work around teaching and things of the sort. Are you someone who's always like cutting it close?
Yes. 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 To answer your question, absolutely.
Yes. Okay.
Fundamentally, yes. And the thing is, that's why I even within my class, I tell students, okay, yeah, it's you need to be as professional as possible, but at the same time, if you need more time, you need to reach out. Give me a 2 to 3 day notice.
Yeah.
Don't just show up in class, because part of the professional life is actually communicating. Um, so I try to, be as honest with them as possible. And I try, for me, yes, I will not, say I'm above the missing my deadline mark.
Okay. I was just about to ask that question. Like, have you ever missed your deadline?
Oh yes. Oh yeah. I am. But that's what makes me have to bring it even stronger.
Yeah.
Just to make sure.
You you can't do it that often, but you as long as you make up for it with high quality work.
Yeah.
In the end, we I forget the statement. I forget who said it originally, but we have some teachers that say it, and I even say it. The idea of you have to be two of three things in order to make it an illustration. One of them is on time. One of them is with good quality, and the other one is lovely to work with. As long as you have two of those three things, you can make it an illustration. But if you only have one, then you're in trouble. If you have all three, then you're set. You have no issue at all. Like, they're willing to let you be a jerk if you hand in good quality work and on time.
Right.
Or vice versa, or whatever combination you see fit. But I say that to the students who struggle to do all three. Basically, is what it comes to. Like, pick two for me and do a good job at it. So I want to go back a little bit to sort of life in general.
Yeah.
Outside of art making, and sort of talk about the things that interest you. That, I mean, I guess it is art related in a sense, but like the things that interest you and that influence your art that are not necessarily art. Are there things that, like, some people are like, oh, I really love mountain biking and I love the outdoors, and that somehow like shows up in their artwork in weird ways or in sort of visuals that they apply. But are there things that, looking back, you go, oh, this is the thing that shows up in my art because of some inherent love for some outside content?
God, to be honest with you, I don't
You
know.
only do art?
No, I don't only do art. Oh man, I mean, I like to travel. I mean, I do love to eat. I love to do nothing.
Here. You're speaking my language all of a sudden.
Yeah. Goodness, that's a. You know what? I'm gonna have to. I'm boring, man. I don't really. I don't. No, I can't really.
Okay, so let's. I'll ask this question then. This is I forget what it was. I think it may have been the last session that I did of this, wherein I asked a question to a person that was. We were talking about things that were way. Oh, we were talking about kids with sickness.
Yeah.
We got this illness, and it got real dark. And then I asked some random question about like, what's your favorite cereal? And they were very quick to it. Since you mentioned that you do like food, which would be surprising if you said that you didn't. But what is favorite food? Like, what's your go-to?
Peanut butter and jelly.
Really?
Yeah, I love
Like,
peanut butter and jelly.
Okay, so that means that you are a connoisseur of peanut butter and jelly.
Yes.
And you have a specific type of jelly. Are you a chunky or smooth?
I love chunky, but I have to do smooth.
Why?
Dietary.
Well,
Doctors.
Wait, is there a difference?
The chunky.
Yeah.
It just go. It. Oh God. It just comes out wrong.
Oh. Okay. Okay. I was like, why did you have this exasperated vibe when you doctor? And I was like, what are you talking? I thought you meant it was going to be like there's too much sugar or something of the sort.
No, it
gotcha.
just doesn't come out right.
You could have said, yeah. You could have said, Mark, you've gone too far, and
No.
I would have backed off.
No.
So, and then jelly. What are we talking for jelly?
Usually just strawberry. I just keep it
And
simple.
do you like classic brands like Smucker's jelly, or are you like I like a strawberry preserves that's grown on a specific vine in the south of
Uh,
wherever.
yeah. So what I do is I what I do is I go up to the highest peaks of the
Yeah,
Adirondacks, and I have to get the no. It's anything that's like doesn't have too much sugar. It's more natural.
good.
I think that I try my best to have that. Because if I do eat it a bunch, it becomes a problem. And
Don't tell me what kind of problem. Don't tell me.
it, yeah, I won't. Sorry. Um,
The
but
it's one of those things. Like I like peanut butter and jelly, but I also like my son. The amount of peanut butter that my son eats, and especially when he was really young, the amount of peanut butter my son ate was ridiculous. And I like it, but I can't say that I'm to the point of like brand makes a difference, or like maybe a little bit on the jelly side. What kind of bread are we talking?
uh, usually I try to get it's I think the more healthier wheat bread, um, like more thicker type of wheat bread. I think that kind of I try at least.
Did you know you were going to be talking about this tonight?
No,
Are you okay talking about peanut butter and jelly?
I we're in a safe space.
Yeah.
We're in a safe space. But I think like you could ask the question about like things that I do outside of art.
Yeah.
Um, honestly, like again, I think if I have opportunities to really travel or hike or just visit state parks because they're so beautiful around here, I do that, and I try to get that into my art. If I could be to kind of go back to that, I don't want you to think I kind of left that off somewhere.
Oh, no. I got you. You are not a you are not judged on the quality in which you you like to relax. My like to relax is watch really dumb movies, and that's okay. My wife and I are fans of watching the most horrible movies we can find. And some people are like, I like to read books. I don't do that. I watch bad movies. Um, I'm not. I I am a nature person through a window. Uh,
Nice.
I like to look at nature, but I am I am a mosquito magnet and always have been, and so I want no part in certain climates. Let's put it that way. Uh,
Right.
so I actually like you. You joked about Syracuse being snowy and whatnot. I actually like snow, and I like the cold. Uh,
Then you come and visit. You're welcome.
well, I grew up in Minnesota, so I was
Oh
like,
God.
I'm used to it, and I can handle cold weather better than I can handle hot weather. Hot weather.
Mm.
Well, when you said travel, do you travel a lot?
Well, the good thing is because my fiance works for Delta Airlines, so we get to travel. So yeah. So we took a trip recently to Puerto Rico to kind of visit her grandmother and stuff. So it was beautiful. Again, that's to me that's what I really want to like eventually sometime in the future to just disappear on an island.
Did have you ever been to Bologna with the book festival?
Oh God, that you're see, there's the dream right there. My agent goes all the time. I've never been there. Um, have you?
I haven't, but again, it's the same thing. Like seeing everybody go this year, I'm like, I need to go to that, and partially it's just like it is um, the book fair, but it's also like just to be in that location.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a huge fan of specifically European picture books. Like I lean just the like the weird artsy, like the more strange. like don't understand the translation perfectly kind of picture books.
Yeah.
Just the kind of thing that I love. And so going there, like looking at all the books that people are posting, I'm like, I don't even know what this thing's about, but it just looks lovely. Like
Right.
that's the dream for me. And so getting there to see some of that would be so fun.
Yeah.
Um, it's a matter of like finding or the you have a an in because you have a well Delta doesn't fly to Italy, does it?
Well,
Or like would
fine. We'll make it happen, though. I'll tell you that one.
yeah, you'll find a way. Um, the just the cost right now is like I can't justify going to just that unless I am like representing a book or like there's some reason for going beyond just this will be fun to see it.
Right.
But someday I'm going to that. What about I've been telling students, and I don't even know as that many folks in Kidlit go to it, but have you ever been to the Icon conference?
No, another one. I had one of my former professors she would always talk about that, and I definitely want to do something like that.
Yeah, they just announced the location for 2026.
Isn't it in Baltimore?
Yeah, it's in Baltimore, which I've never been to Baltimore. I'm kind of looking forward to that. I think it's using Micah's campus.
Yeah. No, I love Baltimore. I've done book festivals there. One of my favorite cities.
I the last I wanted to go this last year, but because it was in Minneapolis, and since I grew up in Minnesota, it would have been a chance to go back. But I was overseas at the time, so I couldn't go. So like I think Baltimore, I'm basically putting it on my calendar that I'm going to that in some shape or form. But there's a lot of people that don't even know about that one, even though it's like it's to me it's a big enough conference. But I feel like unless you are um, uh, like people know about the SCBWI one or those kind of conferences so much faster than they do some of the other like smaller ones or more like that one because it only happens every 2 years. Not everybody pays attention to it the same. Uh,
Hmm.
and then you said you've done stuff for SCBWI. Was that stuff that you pitched, or was that stuff that they came to you and said, "Hey, share this with us"?
No, they came to me and asked me a couple of years ago. They had me do a talk and a demo um, for the members,
Yeah,
uh, and I just kind of just talked about process and um, just kind of really talking about ways to really do art and create art and finding your ways, like kind of pushing out of your comfort zone. Um, and I'm gonna use this other picture because I like her hair more. Um, and I'm doing another one actually in May, another talk for them.
this is
Uh,
all online, or
yeah,
is this? Gotcha.
yeah, I'll be doing something where I'm just kind of just talking about process and really ways to kind of really figure out how to get really to kind of really get your work to stand out, like just kind of practices.
Can I'm gonna be a quick pain real quick. I think the
Yeah.
camera shifted again.
Oh shit. Sorry. There we go. Is that better? Tell me when I'm
Uh, hold on, let me. I always have to like, yeah. Yes, much better.
okay.
It's just, it's one of those. Like I said, this guy, or was it this guy, or was it the one before that I used to have to lock in like 20 times harder than any other thing I've ever tried to wrench to get it to stop moving. And so maybe that because that's new for you, right? The ring camera.
Yes, the old man in the room here. Like, back in my day, we just talked on the phone.
Yep, yep. That's the I teach a professional practice class right now, and the amount of people I had to say, hey, you have to put your phone number on your resume, and you have to put, like the certain things where like, I don't want to put my name on this. And I'm like, well, they don't know who to talk to. Like there's certain things that are just, you're dealing with art directors who are potentially my age or older, and some of us still like to talk on the phone, and some of us still like to, you know, or don't always want to text you on TikTok, or I don't know. that already said that I was very old, saying that you text on TikTok. I know that. I know. I know you dance on TikTok. That's all I know. Um, is there um, uh, with books? How many books are you working on at a given time? That was a weird transition. That didn't make any sense. That jump of the conversation, but uh,
It was perfect.
how many books are you
Uh,
working on at a time?
for me, oh God, is this before full time or after now full time?
Let's do both. Give us a sense of uh, pre and post.
Let's see. Last year alone, I did 3 books. Usually, at the peak of my powers, it was about that many, like 3 books a year, and I don't recommend that to anybody.
Yeah.
That's pain. It's a lot of pain. Um,
Do you? This is going to be a question that like uh, I don't know as I have the full understanding of this, but with doing that many books, was any of that necessary in the sense of like financially you need 3 books? And I don't want to know numbers, but like I don't get the largest number contracts. Like the
hmm
payment for me, I do a lot of independent publishers, and then
hmm
these people are like, I do 1 book a year or 2 books a year, and I'm like, how do you afford stuff? And like, not all of them pay a decent rate, and I'm
No.
wondering, not to find out the like, again, I don't want numbers from you, but um, that idea of like taking on that many books sometimes becomes a, oh, I need to take on this many because I need to survive of some.
Yeah, I think, like I said before, the teaching gig, I was lucky enough that I had editorial and books. The editorial was a great thing because I was at one point in 2023 and 2020, like 2022, 2023, I was like doing monthly illustrations for Scientific American. So
Mm,
I knew I had money there, and I had other things like New York Times and book covers, like other, like before um really going back to school and really doing the way that I work now. Like I was just picture book stuff, and it was like I had to teach. I was like teaching after school art programs, and just finding ways to survive. And uh, with me now kind of having diversity in my art,
yeah.
like doing different type of client work, I've been lucky enough to like be able to like before teaching I was able to kind of really survive off of, okay, I got the advance for like working on 1 book at a time, but they would sometimes overlap. When I would finally finish and get the, you know, if I got money for sketches and I got money for final art or publication, um, I I was lucky enough that I had like magazine and editorial work and school visits.
Mm,
Um, so I found ways to kind of do the hustle, and that comes with experience, um, and just understanding, like the to have that kind of mentality of just we got to do this. It's like we got to find ways to make the ways to make this work.
yeah.
Um,
Yeah.
so I think for me, it's I've been lucky enough to really make it work as a professional, and also um, have the ability to kind of eke out a good living with what I have, with the amount of like downtime or busy time of doing work. If that does that make sense? I feel like I just
No,
babbling.
just that idea of like, I mean, hitting on that idea of having diversity in your income stream, having I mean, like, admittedly, teaching is my paycheck at this point, which I think does give me the ability to say no to jobs. It gives me the ability um, to not be dependent on um, every single thing that comes my way.
Mm-hmm.
And it means that maybe I get to play more as an artist because I'm not worrying about, oh, does the client like this specific thing, or do I need to hit the market with this kind of look because that's what everybody wants right now. And some of that comes from that idea of just like, oh, well, I don't have to live up to that. Again, I don't have to live up to the standard
Mm-hmm.
that is expected
Yep.
in those
Oh,
instances.
I agree with you.
And so
That's true.
that idea of like, you know, um, what I mean, it comes down to that idea of, and I hate this terminology, but there was that, when we were younger, that idea of like, well, people who can't teach. And it's like, no, that's not true, because everybody that I know that works in illustration as professors are working. I can't think of anybody that I'm like, oh, they're not getting work of some sort. Um, and instead, it gives you the ability to say, you know, I want to make the decisions myself and not be dependent on others to decide where I go and what I do.
Mm-hmm.
Or, um, what was I gonna? There was something I was gonna ask, and I just totally lost it. It doesn't matter. Um, I watching paint or make here makes me like uh, uh, so happy. However, I'm not able to watch the whole process. So my weekend here is going to be going back and watching and having to listen to myself for how 3 hours or whatever extended amount of time, just so I can watch you make with all the details that I can't see at this point. Um, do you how do you judge finish? How do you know when you're done with a piece?
Oh God, good question. Um, when oh God, I don't know.
Is it
Like, oh,
feeling? Is there some like visual thing that happens that just like, oh, that's it, that's the cue?
mm, yeah. I think more. I think I'm more willing at this point to kind of what I feel like I should walk away from. Um, you know, again, you ask these really good questions. I can't even. Yeah, I guess I feel more comfortable knowing when it's time to stop. Um,
Is
and I think it's good for me because again, I it, I like the fact that when it feels right, it feels right.
And then I guess like one of the questions I've asked people in the past is that sort of relates to this is, when you're working, is there a vibe or a thing that tells you this is going to be a good piece or this is not going to be a good piece, in the sense of like, when I work, I either want to find something really humorous or funny or some little nuance that like just drives me and makes me excited about the piece that is beyond like the equivalent of like the piece I'm working on right now. I'm really liking some of the pattern in the wings. That was the whole goal of this piece. And like, if I can get those wings to work in a way on this bird that eventually will become a bird, it's not there yet, but uh, if I can get that to sort of work in my head, then all of a sudden I've solved and made a piece that I'm happy with. Um, if it's something that makes me giggle, then I know I definitely have solved it.
Yeah.
And like, once I get to that point where it stops being funny, like working on it, I'm like, oh, the joke is running a little thin. That's when I know, like, okay, that's the time to stop. Um, or if I like, um, I get, I realize I'm sort of the equivalent of like, you have little kids, they tell the same joke over and over and over again.
Mm-hmm.
It's not funny beyond the first time. Uh, it's one of those where like, as I start to work, if it feels like I'm doing the same thing too repetitiously, then it's like, okay, that's time to call it quits.
Right.
And
Um, I don't know. I don't know. I guess if I'm having a good time, I just keep rolling with it.
Do you? Well, here's the another way to ask this: Are you a happy worker or are you an angry worker? Uh,
Oh God.
and what I mean by that, I had a fellow professor who used to like to be angry at his artwork, i.e., he was fighting his artwork, and it meant the challenge was the fun part. And then there's people like me who are like, I just want to smile the whole time. I don't
Yeah.
want to be I don't want to be fighting against the art or feel like I'm in a fight to the death with the art or angry at it. Like, how come I need to get this piece right?
Yeah. No, I think if you would have asked me that years ago, I probably would have been more of the
Yeah.
angry type. But because I didn't have confidence in my abilities. Um, it was just more or less like what am I doing here? Why am I wasting my time? Um, Whereas now I feel like a sense of joy because I'm doing subject matter that seems more fun, um, and it just touches my spirit in a way that it if I can just smile and find, like, even with this girl here who reminds me of, I'm trying to get the spirit of my daughter or the youthful joy that I feel like I like to kind of like show in my work now. That's what makes me happy. That puts me in a good
Yeah.
place, and
It's the
that's what I love.
with okay, so I want to go back. This is a question that is probably, I will preface it by saying I hate the terminology uh, of
Mhm.
style, the word style. I do not like it as a
I
term. Uh,
So do I. I agree with you.
and so I've been trying out, some people have been saying aesthetic recently. Like, I've been paying attention to, like, what do other people say? And aesthetic has come up. I use the word voice quite often. Uh, but how did you come to have your voice, aesthetic, style, whatever term you would like to use?
Oh goodness.
Was it
How?
organic? Was it a decision? Was it because of influences?
Yes, I will say. I Yeah. I think um, a subject matter was important. Really finding like more fun and playful things to kind of really emphasize. But I think for me, the things that I will say this: the one person that really changed how I really thought about illustration, and I don't know if you know this person, Equa Holmes.
Oh, yes. I meant to ask that, honestly. Is that how you say it? Is Equa? Okay.
Yes,
Because I have a bunch of her books in the background here too in my studio. What is it in particular? Like, what is it about that changed your?
it's just the textures, the you can feel everything you can feel in her work, even though it's what I've been trying to do tightly rendered and over what I felt like. If you look at my old books like Frederick Douglass, they're really tightly realistic and everything like
Mhm.
that. Her books just, I can feel them. Because the thing is, when I'm doing art, and I will say, and I'm going to sound real artsy at this point, like I feel like I am an emotive illustrator, meaning I need to feel, hear, I need to challenge my other
Okay.
senses. Like if I can hear sounds within that art, then I feel like I won.
Yeah. Like,
Um,
hear the voice that's being spoken or hear the ambient noise.
oh God, yes. That to me, that is the best. And with Equa's work, I get that. I can see her work, and I can hear it. Like when I see the Fannie Lou Hemmer book that she did, that was a game changer for me. Like because I did Frederick's Journey the same time that book came out, and it was getting all of this national attention. And I was like, well, what's the big deal? I don't think what's the whatever. And next thing you know, I looked at that book and I was like, oh, I get it now. I was like, got it. Message received.
I'd have to go look
Um,
which one I have here. She came to an SCBWI near us, and then she also did a little book fair that I participated in and got to converse with her a little bit. And yeah, it was one of those ones. It was before I was doing collage, and so seeing that, I remember at the time I was like, I don't quite like. Honestly, I didn't quite get it because I had sort of discredited collage as a medium or as an approach in artwork, because I was under the assumption that like collage was just like you take a magazine and you cut out a thing you want and you put it in a piece. And that was such a rudimentary and uneducated sort of look at it. And now that I do collage, I look at her work and I'm just like, oh, the same thing. Like I get it. I understand the love of her work and the the making that happens. Just
yes.
the right piece or just the right texture. And if you choose wrong, you could ruin the whole thing.
Yeah. Yep.
So good at that sort of like mapping that whole thing out in a way that I did not know how to appreciate at the time. Um,
Yeah.
it,
I 100% agree with you.
I'm trying to think. I don't even know which books. I have a couple of books of hers back here, and I can't remember the titles. I can remember the visuals from them, but I can't remember the titles. So I don't have to double check. I may have that one that you mentioned or
Yeah,
not.
the stuff of stars. I love that one. Um, that to me, that's a masterpiece of just color and texture. The one that she did with the Book of Poems with Kwame Alexander is just
That makes
again,
that
it's a master
one.
class. She's to me. I had a chance to meet her in Philadelphia for the African American Book Fair, and to me, it was like as if I was meeting my idol in a way. I was like, I couldn't wait. I was waiting for her to show up the whole time I was there. Even though I was talking to like other people like Sean Qualls, who I'm a big fan of, and Eric Velasquez, and all of these people that I love their work and I'm huge fans and I'm friends with. But it was Equa when she walked in the door, I just ran up to her like, "Oh my goodness, let me take your bag." I was like fanboying out.
I
Um,
this is and I probably don't know enough about the situation to be able to say this uh, perfectly, but I think there are not enough people that appreciate Sean Quall's work. I
yeah,
work is
agree.
so good. Um, we have quite a few books here. We have the Questlove one, um, and the one about the bicycle. I can't remember, about the kid who ends up losing a leg and couldn't ride a bicycle. I can't remember the title of it. Um, but he's someone who I've like loved his work, and then seeing his work that's not even for kidlit, uh,
Yep,
I'm like, they're so good. We
yeah,
get him to come talk to our school, but there was some like I kept pushing year after year after year to get Sean Qualls to show up. And I remember there was some conflict that happened, and then we just have not been able to get him back, but or to get back in touch with him in a way to get him to show up. But oh, I love his work.
yeah. Yeah, I'm a big fan of his, and he's even a better person. Like we got talking, and I was just like, I just like the way he just talks. He's very chill and just a good guy. Um, Big fan.
I've been dying. Like we do these requests, and we get. I'm always floored, like getting people to say yes. So like when you said yes, of course we're like, oh, this is cool. We're very excited. And then there's other people that I I'm like that are on the list, and it's a question of when do we reach out? Like when we reached out to you, we're checking like, okay, who's the best person to have at this time slot, etc. And there's people that are on that list that at some point I need to ask. I need to get up. Like you talking to, um, say it again.
Oh, Equa Holmes.
Why do I want to say Euqua?
Equa.
Equa. Like you being sort of fangirling out over over that situation. There's some people that I don't know if I'll ever get up the nerve to ask to be on here, like Christian Robinson. If we could ever
Oh,
get on, oh, that'd be
yeah,
like I wouldn't know what to say. in those situations. Like I would just fangirl so hard.
Yeah, I get
I
it.
just
It's like
get,
me.
giggle the whole time. Just you're
Yeah.
so good.
Yeah, I know. I had to kind of get away from her because I was like, okay, let me leave you alone because you need space from me because I was just asking her questions
Yeah.
and
You should have
and
a security team right now with you because I'm
yeah,
here. Uh, is,
yeah.
is there anybody that you met that besides that situation where that you've like been flabbergasted or well that was an old term uh, or like uh, just amazed that you got to meet because of like maybe this industry or just maybe in general?
Floyd Cooper,
Okay.
one of my favorite people, the late Floyd Cooper. We did something in Baltimore, and he is like I just watched him interact and talk with people, and I was just like I was just being a student and watching how to engage and talk and be personable with people and really make people comfortable. Like Floyd Cooper was somebody that I greatly admire, and I was so thankful to be able to hang out with him and really talk with him. Um, I think the late Jerry Pinkney is another one, just an OG, somebody that he's he's just a legend. You know, he's the trailblazer. He is the genesis for a lot of African Americans. Like for me, um, I met Kadir Nelson. He was really but I was like I was making it awkward. He was great. He was another great one that I got to meet.
He's one
Uh,
of those names too where like I was talking, who was it that was on here? It was I think it was Bob Shea
mm-hmm.
who was on. Do you know Bob Shea? Oh, Bob,
No.
great. He does a lot of he's a designer slash illustrator. Like he doesn't give himself enough credit as illustrator sometimes, but um, he was talking about he was sitting at a table at a conference next to Kadir, and was like totally uh, scared and not knowing what to do because here's this person that can paint like nobody's business, and uh, Bob Shea does these like not bad but just like very cute little um, icon sort of like a little bit like Mo Willems, kind of like really
Mm.
simplified shape based stuff, but then sitting next to this person who can paint us all under a table uh, and not know how to like even address some of that situation. And it's one of those ones where like yeah, same thing. Where Kadir's work is just like I'm in awe. I don't understand how he does it, and so to hear that he's like a nice dude too.
Oh yeah,
Oh
he's great.
yeah, like oh, I want him to kind of be a jerk in my mind, so
Yeah.
I can check it off like oh that's why he's that's his fault. That's the flaw in the system. But no, no,
No,
wonderful.
he's he's a great guy. He's like I said, I was really fortunate to meet him. Just ever briefly, I had him sign a bunch of books for me. It was in Philadelphia years ago. But great guy. Again, who else did I? Goodness.
Is there? Well, I was gonna ask. Is there like when you were growing up, one of the things that um, I give so much credit to at this point was a specific teacher that I had that a high school teacher in particular, and college teachers were great too. They're fine, some of them. Uh, just as a college teacher, I want to make that joke, but in high school, this teacher like really changed the direction of my life. You have
Mm-hmm.
someone when you were growing up that was like the person who really, I mean, you mentioned like seeing professional artists and that idea of that you were highly influenced by them, but was there someone who's more on like a rudimentary level of got to see you as a youngster and potentially changed your life in that manner?
Can I? We're gonna have some honesty here. I didn't really start doing art and really until I was like middle of my high school years. So I really didn't grow up around art. I loved comic books, but no, it was to me it was more or less when I got to Syracuse University and meeting James Ransom. That was the guy who really, as an African American, he was a family man like me, and he just he was just a hardworking man. He just see how much work that he was doing, the volume. Um, it was just I was always marveled by him as as somebody who just worked his butt
So
off,
wait a second.
no matter what.
If you went to Syracuse, did you go to Syracuse for just the school, not what concentration or major you were going to aim towards?
Um, I went to Syracuse. I transferred for illustration.
Okay,
Uh,
you knew art was a thing by that point, at least.
I, I knew of comic book art. It was Bob Dacey again, who now is my colleague, but he's the one who really introduced me to what illustration is
Okay.
and understanding the historical context of illustration and the problem solving of illustration. All right, we're gonna do something a little crazy here, because I don't like this orange.
Wait, the background orange?
I don't like this value. They're just it's
Oh,
getting lost.
okay.
I don't like it.
Please,
Um,
please don't destroy it. Don't throw it away.
um, sorry. What was I
Oh,
saying again?
you were just talking about teachers that really sort of made an impact.
Yeah, I think again, James. I would say like Bob, like the when I started at Syracuse University, like just being around Bob Dacey and like it was James Ransom was like a big influence on me, like really work ethic, and he was the one who was my harshest critiquer in college, and he was the person that really never. He always found things that I needed to work on in my art, and I at the time I was like, what's up with you? Like why are you, you're somebody that I deeply respect, and you're still kind of harsh on me.
Yeah.
But he thickened me up, and really he believed in me, and really made sure to show me the way to kind of be an illustrator, what it takes.
Have you talked to him since to find out why he was so mean?
No, no, I just know that's just James being James. He was like that to everybody, especially if he knew that you had talent.
That's
And I just
I was going to ask that in particular. Like, was it a he saw potential, and so he had to push you harder?
Yep, yep. He embarrassed me in a few critiques. He embarrassed me. One of my worst critiques is he gave me. I just remember it vividly. I thought I did a decent job, and I knew kind of kind of had. I gave little effort, and I was trying to fake my way. And he went up and down these ones, and there was some terrible art, and he was just complimentary to it. And then he got to me, and he just ripped me and embarrassed me, and I was like so angry at him. But we got talking years later about it, and he was just like, I knew you needed the push, and I knew you were just kind of like just going through the motions,
Well,
and I didn't want to lose you, so I was really appreciative. I didn't understand it at the time, but it made sense after the fact when when I just brought it up one day and joking. Like, why were you so mean to me in that critique? And he was like, because
yeah,
I saw that you were not giving effort.
that's I have students periodically that will ask me, not necessarily me, because I'm maybe too nice in classes. I go the opposite direction sometimes, but that idea of like teachers really mean to me, I don't get why they're picking on me kind of situation. You have that conversation about like, well, do they like your work? outside of that? Is it are you just reading into the crit too much, or are they trying to push you because they know and have seen better from you, and you sort of are, below your par of some sort?
Mm,
Most of the time they all go, oh, okay, well, I did do a really good job for a majority of the semester, and this one I just bailed on. And it's like, okay, well, yeah, go back and figure out why you bailed and correct that, because that's all they're asking for is they know that you can do better, and they've seen it. They're calling you out on it because they've seen it and they know that there's way more potential there. Um,
right.
I One of the things that I do with students, and uh, I don't think any of them are watching tonight, so I think I'm in the clear. But oftentimes I ask them on that first day of class that their first assignment is to make a prove it piece. Like, I don't care what the subject matter is, I don't care what materials, I don't care any of that, but make a piece that you really, really love, and all the subject matter, the materials, all that kind of stuff, and just make a piece to just say, look at how good I am as an artist. And they all do it without question. They're all like, this is the thing that really is important to me. And the whole point of it is just so I can see what their base level is.
Mm-hmm.
And none of them have been picked up on, like, oh, if I bail on that first one, then it looks like I really improved the rest of the semester. Uh,
Mm.
but they all try so hard, and then it's, you get this like sense of, hey, I've seen what you can do. You can do better than this because here's this piece that you already did it for me.
Right.
And it's interesting to see like how they get better, but oftentimes it's because you have to compare like where they started and not to slack off in any way throughout the semester.
Good idea. I like that. That's really a nice approach.
It's catch them,
I might feel that.
trap them with that first piece. Um, the Do you um, do you find, because you are a teacher, I like to talk teaching a lot. As I said, like, teaching's a love of mine, but if you don't want to talk teaching, just
No, go for it. I'm
I
comfortable.
was I
Please.
was going to ask you, sort of, thinking about, sort of holistically, you are around a bunch of students who are making art. There's always this, like, I come home at the end of the day, sometimes taxed because I'm talking about art all day, but also sort of inspired when I see students trying things and like learning things on
Mm-hmm.
the basis. Like, it does make me feel sometimes like, oh, I've sort of stalled out, or I need to experiment more, or whatever it may be. They have this material that I've never seen or tried before, and then all of a sudden it's like, ooh, I got to get my hands on that. And I'm wondering, does that happen to you at this point? Do you feel like you're learning as much from them? That's the cheesy way to say it, as they're learning from you.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I think I'm always like getting inspired and seeing just like like especially when I look in their sketchbooks and I'm just like, wow, like that's just really good thinking and really fun problem solving and just free spirited work. Like I get inspired to kind of keep drawing and keep pushing and like always find ways to like just not settle. I think that that's the one thing that that was like one of the things that kind of held me back before was like always being like comfortable. I made books, I can be fine. So then when I'm as a teacher, like as a faculty member and being able to um like be around these kids and really understand and see their depth of knowledge about, especially stuff like digital stuff,
Mm-hmm.
Procreate, and like a lot of these really fun programs that I really like would like to learn and do more of. Um, you know, I like I just like again mainly sketchbook stuff that I see that I really admire, and you know, just like kind of creative thinking in ways that just are just so far out there. And I also really admire when they one thing that I really do admire is when I get kids, because I like to have kids do like a lot of
Yeah.
critique of each other, so they can get used to that element. And really marvel at like sometimes when like they catch something and I didn't catch it, and I'm
Yeah.
like, huh? I'm like, oh God, what? I missed that.
I forget, there was something that happened like that recently to me in class where I was like, they knew what I was going to say before I said it, and they saw it before I saw it.
Mm,
Like, you're all ahead of me at this point. Like, you know, maybe it's because I'm formulaic in some of it, and I say the same thing over and over and over again. But that is a lovely moment. It's all of a sudden proves that they've been paying attention. You know,
mm-hmm,
like they they're making those connections before you point anything or even ask the quandary to them about, like, should you try this or should you try that.
mm-hmm.
The What was I going to say? Do you, with the students that you have, are a lot of the classes, because again, I don't know Syracuse's like curriculum in particular for illustration, but do you end up with a lot of like generalized classes, or are you teaching more like specific electives and things of the sort?
More like we have the generalized classes, meaning the intro to ill and stuff
Yeah,
like that.
yeah, those kind
Yep,
of.
yep. We have that, and we have stuff like picture book class. We have visual development, and also editorial,
Yeah,
and we're just growing, getting more and more ideas about other classes to kind of like have and implement, um, just to kind of really grow the program. I think the program is on the rise, and we had a lull for a little bit, but over the past few years, it's really picking up steam, and you know getting more classes, concept classes, is definitely a push. Um,
have you
and
have you taught any classes now where you see a piece of work that a person has done where you go, oh, I should have thought of that. Like, not just in a like they did a good job, but like, man, that is such a smart idea that like you get jealous in some way.
yeah, there are times where I'm like, man, that's really smart. Um, I wouldn't say I get jealous of them, but I will say that, man, I wish I would have thought of that.
Yeah,
Because like, but then it makes me happy because it's one of our students. You know
yeah.
what I mean? So it's like, again, that's where the proud parent is in me. That is like, yes, I'm so happy for you, and that's like you have. There's so much potential for success for that person, and again, that's the fatherly moment.
The thing
Uh,
I've said to a few of them, and I've said at graduation, like in a commencement speech, is I want them to steal my jobs. And
yeah,
and most of them are like, no, you don't. And it's like, actually, I kind of do. Like, I want you to get to a point where like we're fighting for some of the same stuff,
right.
and it's not you against like a bunch of randos out there, but it's you and I actually, like, your work is um, giving me a run for my money because that means that like I succeeded in some little aspect of your time at the school. You have caught on to some little nugget that is worth diving deeper into. Um, I wanted to. There's a question here from Teacher Marin, who tunes in every week and is a lovely sort of viewer of all these Gavin Doodles, who asks, and this is asked probably like 4 hours ago, and I didn't even catch it. But is there a subject or a story you have not yet illustrated but want to?
My own written story. Like my own author illustrated book. I have some stories there that I really want to illustrate, of but I just don't have the time right now because of the busyness of my schedule. I feel like at the point of my career, I've done like biographies. I think I will never say never, but I don't want to do any more biographies. Um, they're nice and everything, but at the same time, um, I just think that there's other stories. I've done a lot of poetry stuff of late, which is I love poetry. Um, but I think for like I don't know. I gotta if it maybe I'll be surprised, but I can't think of anything right now past these books that I'm doing. Actually, I wouldn't mind doing something on like a song. I saw like I'm a huge fan of Bill
Mm.
Withers, and somebody did Grandma's Hands, and I always wanted to illustrate. I always dreamed of illustrating that for like 15 years ago, even when I first started out my career, because I love Bill Withers' music. So then I saw Greg Christie, a good friend of mine, illustrator, who actually did it, and he did a great
Didn't
job,
didn't I put
and I was
Bill Withers on the audio for one of the ads? I think.
yes,
I think yeah,
yes.
yeah.
So,
Uh,
so
Lovely Day.
yep.
Yeah. Okay. My wife and I love Bill Withers and all of his repertoire. I wanted to sound fancy for a second. Um, yeah, no, he's great. He's one where like uh, there is that idea of like working on music or working with musicians that seems like it's such a good like connection and to Kidlit because of the poetry aspect and the visuals
Mm-hmm.
come together. Someone, Tiff Kath says, "Can I ask how you recommend artists get into publishing?" So going back to sort of there's someone who's they say it's something that I've really been considering as a freelance illustrator and comic artist. Can you give us sort of? I don't even know. It's one of the questions I used to ask all the time, but I haven't asked in a while. Of sort of the start agent wise, um, the like as a teacher, you and I probably do this all the time, but talk about that sort of like what do you really need to pay attention to versus what you think you need to know getting into Kidlit or getting
Uh,
into the publishing world.
yeah, I think like just make sure that you're doing like I know one thing when I talk to my agent, she was like whenever she's thinking about bringing on prospective illustrators to the agency, she's like just draw more kids and animals and kind of really focus in on a lot of the fun like parts of illustration. Because I know that was like a big one for her. Just keep drawing like kids, um, fun scenes, and I think that helps to kind of build your portfolio in that regard of like so you can paint and draw kids in those type of environments. But I think if you want to get into the business, I think it's if you got to realize if you want to kind of go in the more go it yourself without an agent, or do you want to get an agent?
Yeah.
Uh, then, then obviously Google searching, finding all these types of agencies that you may want to work with, see if they have a stable of illustrators that. If there's like a bunch that are very similar in your style, then you may not want to be at that agency. Um, and maybe find another place, see what kind of clients that they have worked with, like what kind of like book deals or book opportunities have they done for like the illustrators, see if if they're active, if they have a diverse, like if they want you to do not beyond just picture books, but if you want to do other types of things, if you want to get into licensing, editorial, the like school publishing stuff, which is textbooks. Um, what do you want to do? What other ways to do? Or you just only want to do picture books, which is you're kind of limiting yourself. Um, so I think in that regards of if you want to get into the business, if you want agent representation, um, and I think that you got the SEWI. That's a great networking tool, um, to really get your name out there and meet professionals. Entering competitions, I think, is another one. that I always tell my students, just enter some
What
competitions.
what competitions do you?
The big, like, Society of Illustrators, Communication Arts, World Illustration, um, American Illustration, 3x3 magazine. Like those ones, especially the bigger ones.
That's
Um,
I've sort of slowed down on entering those. I need to more over time, but I've like most of the time I forget until it's a little too late. Like 3x3, I think just came and went and I missed it. Uh,
yeah,
but I think they also probably, I mean, all those extend their deadlines.
yeah,
Here's your date, and then they extend it by like another week because I assume that most people don't get it in on time as well. Um, but the the competition side, it's always interesting to hear what people enter. Have you had more luck with certain ones in particular?
American Illustration, and I do pretty well with them. Um, I've gotten in probably the past 3 to 4 years. I've been thankful for that.
Yeah,
Uh,
it is a financial challenge with
yep,
those for people starting out. For those that are listening, as a student, you get great discounts on that kind of stuff.
yep,
You can for a piece for like $15, $10, whatever it may be. As a professional, you're entering for like sometimes upwards of $45, $50 per piece, depending on the competition. Most of the time, it's in that 30 range. But take advantage of that if you're a student listening, do because the amount of networking and getting in front of art directors and things that come from that is um, pretty powerful.
yeah. It's huge. It's huge, especially with American Illustration, because if you get into the book, or if you get into, like, especially if you get into the annual,
Yeah.
like, you go to New York and they have this party, and right there you're around illustrators like the Yuko Shimizu, and like just great illustrators that are in there if they get in that year, and then you're right next to, like, you may be right there chatting up an art director for the New
Mm-hmm.
Yorker, and you have your card, and it could be like, hey, and I remember you from this party. um Good conversation and stuff like that, so it's like it it doesn't hurt. And I think, to get into the kid lit, I do highly recommend the SCWI. I mean, that was the first organization that I joined when I left Syracuse University, and they gave, and ideas about contracts, um, deadlines, anything about the industry that you may have questions about. There's always resources there.
Do you go still, or are you like, I know a lot of people that have sort of slowed down on going post pandemic when, like, especially with some of the more local ones have gone online.
Hmm.
But do you still go to the New York one or
I don't go. I If I get invited, I will go. Um, but I know, like, some of my students went to the one in New York,
yeah.
and they said great, because they really desire to break into the business. Um, but um, I know it seems like it's heavily attended.
Yeah.
Uh, she she said she had a great time there and really mingled and met with a lot of really great industry people.
I
Um,
mean, I tend to think of it as a very good place to start. Um,
mhm,
and there are certain ones that are better than others. Like the New York one is definitely like a go to. Uh,
mhm,
but I also think there's a certain point where like cost effectiveness, like there's at least the New England one that we had now is going to be in person again. But I used to go for the art at the beginning, and then I realized, oh, I need to be going for the writing, actually. And then at a certain point, it was like I'm going and I'm hanging out with people, but I'm not learning as much because so many of the ones that I want to go to are sort of entry level at that one. Like, how do you break in? And if you already have an agent, you can learn stuff, but you don't learn at the same capacity
right,
as you do fresh to it. And it's like, it's all new. Um, and sort of uh, vibrant and challenging and all those kinds of things. Um, do you do you get into New York for the events there often?
Um, I know I'm gonna be going down. It's funny. I'm going down. I'm doing a day trip to New York. I'm driving down Sunday because I'm doing the Quelly conference, which is like for people of color, like African American, Latino, Asian American, or Asian authors and illustrators, and indigenous. So I'll be doing that. I do. I go to New York for the bigger shows. You know, the Society of Illustrators or anything like that. Um, I don't go to New York enough.
Are you comfortable in the city?
I love. You're gonna think this is crazy. I love driving in the city.
Ugh. Yeah, I do think that's crazy. You need to stop saying that.
Yeah, I honestly do. I think it's the drive to New York City is there's a great energy there that really it's like a rush. Maybe I don't know. Maybe I got something wrong with me.
Yeah, I will agree to that. I am not a city. I mean, I after school I lived in Boston for a while, and I loved the subway and things of the sort. But at the time, but now I'm just like I want to be out away from the city. I don't like one-way streets. They scare me. Like my wife and I will go down to Boston for like concerts periodically, and I will have panic attacks about the driving part. Once I'm there, fine, but the driving part is ugh. I have
Really?
no interest. It's weird. I used to be really okay with it, and now it's just the bane of my existence is going into the city like that. Yeah.
Really? Wow.
I got I mean, again, I grew up in a place where there was lots of trees and things of the sort, and when I went to school in Providence, that was big time city to me was Providence. And so going to a place like Boston now, it's too big. So
Wow.
New York is even scarier. I don't even know if I've ever driven in New York. I may have driven through, like on the freeways, but I don't think I've ever gotten off the road into the city itself.
Mm. Yeah, I don't know. I think it's fun to drive in New York City.
Ugh, no, 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 scary, scary time, scary time. I actually, you know what? Now it would probably be easier because of GPS,
Hmm.
what to do.
Oh
But
yeah. Oh hell yeah. Yep.
yeah,
Yes.
I still would probably have an issue with just the idea of like not knowing if I need to be in the left lane, the middle lane, the right lane. All that kind of stuff would scare me. So yeah, count me out. Uh, out of that one. Um, with the the location that you're at, do you end up going like obviously New York is a go to, but are there other cities that you found have been really um, art friendly? Let's put it that way.
Philadelphia
Yep.
obviously is one of the best with the pub with the murals and stuff like that. I love Philadelphia. Um, I just recently went out to LA for like the Syracuse University Lightbox. Like they have the Lightbox thing out there for like animation and stuff. So I went out there. I didn't get a chance to really see as much of the art scene as I would want to, but you know, like obviously, like the idea of like animation and the quality of work that's out there. It's a great scene. I loved Baltimore. I thought Baltimore was great with Micah and that was a great city. I've been to Boston, but I was there for something for Charlesbridge, so I never really got a chance to kind of really enjoy the city. Um,
It's it's a nice city. I think the outskirts of the city sometimes are better. So like Cambridge, where like Harvard and some of the like tough and more of the like uh, non scraper, non like businessy side of things. That's where I can fun, but sometimes the heart of downtown. Although Faneuil Hall and some of the history there is pretty cool too. I
Mm.
really I forget there was something else I was going to ask now, and I just totally lost it. I'm losing track with what I got to actually paint here for a second. I was like much to do still. I feel like you've already like secured so much of yours. How when you're gluing down? This is a weird question, but do you get sticky fingers?
Yeah.
Like real
Can,
bad sticky fingers throughout the night?
can you can you see them, or is the angle right?
Wait, I gotta wait for the little delay here. Are they covered in like stuff?
I don't know if you can see right here.
Oh yes,
It's not as bad.
I can see it now. Yes, they're
It's not.
they have a nice little like polymer uh, based what do I say like steel to them at this point. They're not going to warp on you of any sort. Um, I meant to ask you because you mentioned this early on, and this is so interesting to me. You in your original,
Do I what?
you send in your originals. It sounded
I
like for the
did. Only one. Oh, HarperCollins does that. They will actually want the originals. Most of them I have to scan locally here in Syracuse.
okay. I it's so rare to hear people saying that they want or that they send in their originals nowadays that everybody oh well it's also rare for people to be doing traditional or analog in its own right but that just said that I was like oh man I can't believe like I don't know if I could trust someone doing that because they would especially and I wonder this is the question that you could actually answer for me when you send that in there's things that you probably want in your work that you look and say like, oh, that's a beautiful little texture that's there. But then there's other moments where you're like, oh, there's a hair of a brush that ended up in the piece.
Mm-hmm.
How do you manage that if they have control over how to edit?
I just go with God at that point, you and just whatever they do with it, it's in their hands at this point. So I try my best to just, it's a game of trust, and I think HarperCollins they're great. The books that I've done with them, Black Gold, and My Hair is a Book. Like I've gotten NAACP, not the name drop here, but you know I've gotten like nominations from their book. So I do have like they do a great job of really scanning my work and really I've seen the files like the before and
Yeah.
after and they do a fantastic job. They make my artwork shine. So I just have to be trusting of the art director and the editor and the team involved and the
Do
designers.
do they ask you before they do any sort of edits?
Yes,
Okay.
I've had, especially if I've scanned stuff in and sent it in. I've been lucky enough where they were like, "Hey, we did this and this," and I'm not. It's not worth the argument. And I like you were saying that it's good to just be somebody easy to work with.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know.
It's most every time it's someone will write to me and say hey we're we want to move this little thing in fact I have the most recent one that I got proofs back on they said there's the way the trim worked out there's this little thing that we want to adjust just so there's not a tangent that shows up and do you mind if we do it or do you want to do it yourself and like just the fact they ask is enough and like I don't really like I can do it it'll take me a second to do but it's at the same time like if it was a big change like just trimming something or getting rid of a little spot like go for it I don't really care but if it's like can we move this character over here to this other side then all of a sudden I start to go like oh okay well that might mess with the composition or
Mm.
oversight but I did have a project wherein they asked if they could change something and they said we want to redo the cover essentially we want to move stuff around but they were nice enough to actually say, we want to give you the opportunity and we would pay you to do
Oh
it.
wow.
Because it was already signed off on. it was already like the contract was done. They'd already agreed to everything, and they realized they wanted to move stuff around after the fact. And
Mm.
that's when they said, like, oh, okay, well, we don't want to do this without your permission. And because it is your work, if you want to do it yourself, we are happy letting you do it. And we will pay you a small nominal fee for doing the work for us, essentially.
Wow, that's good. That's a good client.
Yeah, yeah, it was very nice that they did that. And I ended up doing a lot of work to get it to where I wanted it, just because it was one of those situations where it needed enough tweaks. Like it was not just moving things. It was there were color issues. There was all sorts of things that became problems because of that shift of some sort. So,
Wow.
um, how we holding up? How you? I know that this is late in the night.
Yes, I know. Yeah. What time? I don't even know what time
It's
it is. I just got again lost in the
yeah,
process.
it's 11 o'clock.
Oh wow. Okay. All right. I think uh what I can do is wrap this up. I think I'm just kind of just adding little touches here. I don't know if you can see it, adding barrettes or anything like that, just to kind of make it interesting in the end there, if it works.
Yeah, I'm doing like tinier details as I go along. So I'm getting close, but I probably have another I don't know 45 minutes.
Okay.
So,
Yeah.
you do not have to stay the whole time. I just wanted to check in and see because of our work schedule outside of this. You don't have to teach tomorrow, do you?
No, but I got
Yeah.
stuff. I got project stuff. I gotta get back to some sketches for one project and the
Life. You got
life. Uh,
the
yeah,
project of life.
yeah, because I'm going down to New York, day trip on Sunday for this thing, so I know that's gonna be fun
The
to.
You're gonna be just driving around, laughing and laughing about how great it is to drive in that city.
I am. I really. I mean, God, like now I don't want to be cursed,
Yeah.
but but no, crazy enough as it sounds, I actually like
Is
driving in New York City.
is it the hustle and bustle?
It
Like,
is. It's the rush of it, because it's you gotta think fast and be safe, be def, you can be defensive and aggressive all at the same time, and it's a lot of fun. I like it.
again, I will say, have fun. Uh, don't think of me as you drive around because then you'll get worried. You'll think about me being stressed out. Um, let me see. I'm trying to figure out how big I want these eyes on this kid here. Oh,
So I think, like I said, if you, I'm gonna just finish this up right here.
yeah.
Do you want? What about as for the art itself here? Is there anything like related to this that you would like? I don't know what I do with the art now, because if not, it's just gonna go in somewhere in the basement somewhere.
I mean, I don't know what you're saying here. If you're saying like a trade or something like that, I'm not going to stop you on that one. But uh, but the most of the time, what I tell people is if you are done with the piece and you're going to post it of some sort,
Yes,
you could hashtag us so
absolutely.
so we can see it. I say us, meaning my wife and me, so we can see it because we're it doesn't always do it justice being on this feed the way that we are, and I would love to see it like all the glory that goes along with it, because the colors look lovely here, but I bet they're going to be even more ravishing and whatnot without the Instagram filter on it of sorts. So
Okay.
that would be huge to see it in the end like that.
Then I'm gonna be annoyed because it's gonna look really. Then I'm gonna see all the faults, because right now I can tell there's issues, and I'm gonna again.
They'll work themselves out over time. They will.
But yeah, this has been great. I really appreciate doing this. I had a
Yeah,
lot of fun.
this. I have had a wonderful night chatting with you, and again, I feel like we're because we both do collage and we're both got sticky fingers at the end of the night. I feel a kindred spirit uh,
Yeah.
to experience. I mean, you probably paint yours more than I paint mine, but I watching, I'm just like, I know the pain, I know the struggle of trying to get the right texture and the right, combination and things of the sort. And so I can't wait to go back and sort of dive deeper into what you've made, and be able to watch it and give it the time that it's due to watch the actual process from you. So I again thoroughly thank you for taking the time tonight to
Oh, no problem. Thank you. It was a pleasure. And again, you have a good night, and thank you to your
all
audience.
right.
And we'll hopefully we'll talk
Okay,
soon.
we will. We should.
All right.
If you ever want to talk teaching shop, like classes and relay ideas, I am more than open to chatting about that at any point. So
Okay.
yeah, feel free to reach out.
All right. You have a great night. Thank you.
You too.
Thank
Good night. All right, let's see. Bye. So everybody, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm just watching to see if the feed got turned off. There's a delay here, so hold on a second. There we go. It looks like it has stopped. So I'm gonna continue here for a little bit. I got to get this up and running in some way that I feel like it's close to being finished, and I have quite a bit to do to it. So I'm gonna keep going. If people have questions, and want to ask them, you can throw them in the comments, and I'm happy. Am I blurry right now? Did that just happen, the blurriness? Okay, hold on. Let me see if I wonder if I do another. I'm gonna try a little thing and see just for a second. I'm gonna stop. I'm not gonna stop the feed, but I'm gonna go to a different app and see if it resets itself on this end. Or is it only blurry in our house is the question. It looks like yes. Teacher Marin. So give me 1 second. Okay. I am back here. I'm just trying to see if it comes back blurry. It looks like it's coming back. Yeah, it's blurry. Okay, so I have just a little bit left. Maybe what I will do is I will stop it here, and I will um, not stop completely, but I will stop it here, upload this, and then I'll come back and finish the piece shortly. Within a couple of minutes. Although it looks like, is it that feed? I'm just watching my feed here, everybody. Hold on a second. Let me see if I restart. Yeah, I'm gonna see if I reboot live here. Yeah, it's still blurry on my end. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna stop. I will upload that. It will take about 2 minutes, and then I'll come back and I will finish this piece and I'll answer questions to people, 4 people, as we go along for the rest of the night until I get this done. So give me 1 minute and I will be back. Hey everybody, we're back with part two of Gavin Doodle. Tonight we had on London Lad, who just departed to have a lovely rest for the night. Well, I'm going to continue on. I'm going to put ask me anything in the comments, and tag that, or not tag it, pin it. If you have questions about art or life or anything of the sort, you can just ask away, and I will try to answer the best I can while trying to finish this piece up. I made this piece. I don't know. I have to, when I scan it, I'm gonna have to really double check. I'm gonna do some line work and stuff on the mountainy kind of range here, but it's this kid who's he's gonna have glasses. I didn't even show anybody what I'm doing. This is the vibe that I was working off of, and so it's this bird that's flying with a kid on its back. And so I need to do all the hair, I need to do some detail work, etc. But I also need to make those little mountains sort of shine in the end. But I have about an hour max to get it done. So Teacher Marin, you asked the question. It's a good question. It's a question that I have not really been asked on here before, I don't think. Maybe because some people just go, definitely, he is not referencing, i.e., this is not a real bird. I didn't pull a bird for a reference anywhere and then said, I'm going to recreate it. But I do not use reference for my work generally. If I do use reference, I mean, you asked the idea of like shooting your own. Yes, I mean, with the students I teach, they are allowed to use reference and sort of pull from things. But once you start getting into the world of actually getting paid for the work, things of the sort, there are some complications that come in that you have to be careful of what you have, what you've used for reference and copyright and sort of the parody law and all these different things that come into play. As a professional, once you jump into that realm and you start making money off of it, you definitely cannot go and use reference and stick closely to it. There are two rules that I've lived by that I've heard that I think are relatively solid sort of rules to touch on here, which is, one of them is the 7 change rule, which basically means that if you take an image, you have to change it 7 times, like 7 distinct changes, not just like, I'm going to add the tiniest little mark in the corner and call it done, but 7 drastic changes. Like, I'm going to flip it upside down. I'm going to change it from black and white to color. I'm going to put a hat on a character. I'm going to, all these things. And if you do it 7 times, you step far enough away from the original that it's not really much of an issue at that point. The other way is to say the 10% rule, which is basically you can take 10% of something and make it into a finished piece. So the equivalent of, you can say 10, like a picture of someone's face, you can use an eye as a reference, or like the original, like even just collage, you can use that eye, but you can't use the rest of the face. And so as long as you stay away from that. So what I do is I will look at things and draw things, but the way that I tend to sort of look at like reference is I don't want to stick perfect to it. That's not my style. That's not the way that I operate. So I'm not super concerned about like, is it a perfect match for said, critter or whatever it may be. But the other thing that I do to make sure that I'm far enough away from it and that I'm not getting too close to the original. So if I do look at something online, is I give myself a time limit. And I draw, not a time limit to look at the thing and draw it, but a time limit to make a drawing from the thing and then use that drawing as my reference going forward. So if I said like, I need to draw, I'm trying to think of like a kangaroo, and I come in here and I go, okay, well, here's the body. Like, let's say I have a photo I'm looking at, and I give myself a certain amount of time. This is my kangaroo. No, it would have arms that go like this. And they'll come up and it's got these big ears and a big snout. Here's my kangaroo. With a pouch, right? I would give myself that amount of time to draw whatever it is, and I just don't have the time to put in the detail. And so then when I remove the photo and I look at this, the next time I do it, I might come in and change some of the shapes, and I might come in and do like a much more interesting sort of play on like, okay, the tail needs to be longer or whatever it is. And I've sidestepped that original enough just in that process. But for the most part, the referencing I do is memory-based. And what I mean by that is I will look at something, an image that I want to draw or use in a piece at some point and try to memorize what it looks like and then draw from that memory, knowing that I'm not going to be accurate, because accuracy is not the key for me. Some people it is for their work, not for me. And so I tend to just sort of go from memory of like, what was my gut feeling of what it looked like, and know that the variation on that is going to add some aesthetic that is maybe more in line with what I want to do. But I'm also not a realist. So if we look at someone like London tonight, like he had pretty strong reference. Taking your own is the way to circumnavigate that altogether, and you don't have to worry one bit. And it's just, you are done. You have solved the problem. There are quite a few folks, though, that do want to use something like Google Images. And again, it's a risky thing to do, because if you get too close to the original without jumping into parody of some sort, then they can hunt you down. They can get you. And you know, there are things in contracts in particular, like when I work with publishers that have statements about like making sure that you are not using something that is known as a material that someone else had, and you're replicating or using it too closely. There's actually some clauses in a lot of contracts like that you just need to be cognizant of. So anyways, I hope that helps. I hope that answers. I will say this one other thing is, again, using that 10% rule is like, let's say you need to draw a tiger, grab a body of a tiger or let's say the hind leg of a tiger from one, the front leg of a tiger from another. That's, maybe in a similar position, but not the exact same spot. Pull the tail from one, the head from another, and eventually just by pulling those things, you might get far enough away from the individual image that someone could say, hey, that's my piece. We have a teacher that has said, basically, if you can take the original that someone was using as a reference and overlay it on top of your piece, and you can see the basic sort of setup of it, then you've gotten too close. And so sort of stepping away from that would be good. So let's see. Okay, I need to do this hair. I have to figure out what I want to do for the hair, because I've done quite a few colors in this piece, and I want to make sure that it stands out as its own what do I say, like it jumps enough off the page, and so it might have to be a little bit of a different vibe than the rest of it. I also want get this guy in here and sort of warm up that nose a touch, and maybe in the cheeks here a little bit, just to punch that up. Okay, let's give an ear, which I might be able to just do with paint instead. Let's see, we'll try this. See if this is enough to do it. What other questions do we have, folks? How can I help? How can I help? Do. Do an ear, right? Ear on top of that. Right over there. I'll even look at the idea of blending that out a touch so it's not such a beak. Matthew Bergs, you're in Bologna? Oh man, I am jealous. Tuning in from Bologna, Italy this week. That memory method was brought up in a workshop I went to the other day. Oh, that's awesome. Okay. Is this illustration another folktale? No, it is not. This is just, I've been toying around. I'm not even sure if I like it at all, but I was toying around with this idea of like bird wings the other day in a drawing, and I kind of dug the idea of this like colorful thing that was sort of expressive of feathers, but not necessarily feathers themselves. And so that's where this sort of sprung forth from. Let's put it that way. Is it perfect? No. Is it, the answer? I don't know. This is just testing ground, so maybe at some point I will redo it and try it a different way. But for now, it seems to be somewhat okay for what I want, but not perfect. So I think part of it is there's just all this color here, and what I was going to do is probably come back and put some color, underneath some of these mountains, and hint at the idea of like some colors in the mountains too, so they're just like, you know, some lines or something that like make them feel more mountainy. I like stripes. I have realized that I like stripes a lot. Artist Holly K. Absolutely love your style. Thank you. I appreciate that. I'm always worried that I'm not always doing the most wonderful work. I'm not saying that this is wonderful of any sort, but just I do worry a little bit as you know, time and whatnot, that all of a sudden I start to fall into like formulas or things of the sort, and so it's nice to hear people say that. Maybe other people in my life, Lauren, could say things like that. I'm just teasing my wife. She says nice things about my work all the time, but it's funny to say it that way. I do want a bright yellow. If I'm going to bright yellow on top of these, let's see. It's a question of, can I get a bright yellow? Oh, there we go. Got it. It's not crazy bright, but brighter. I need to do plaid next time. I've done too many stripes. Plaid. Stripes are fun though. Artist Holly K. Have I illustrated for books? Yes, I do picture books, and so I've done. I'm working on book number 16 right now, and then waiting to find out if 17 and 18 are going to work. Little board books that are out there with waiting to see if the system's going to work, and will the folks who would eventually buy it, basically they want to do a little test mock-up of what could work, and then assuming that goes through okay, then they would hire me to do a series of them. And so right now 16 books so far, or contracted for 16 books. I finished all but the 16th, and book number 15, which is called Piggy Bank Saves the Day. The cover just got revealed today, so that is out there in the world. You can go see what the cover looks like on that one, and it's about a piggy bank. I can't give away all the details, but it's about a piggy bank that thought that they could save some money really fast and easy, and in reality that's not how it worked out. Well, you can figure out some of it from that, but that's some of the vibe. There's those mountains. Get them in there. Awesome. Is there a link to them on your page? Yes, if you go to my is that one right there? Oh no, okay. If you go to my Instagram bio, there is a link tree, and that can take you to my website, which is just studiohoffmann.com. And studio is spelled, or Hoffman is spelled Hoffmann, for anybody that cares. However, if you spell it with just one N, it will still take you, because someone thought ahead, i.e. me, thought ahead, because people misspell my name all the time, and I bought both URLs, and one just redirects. But I have a page there that has all the books on it, and should you... Oh, you don't even have to go to my website. You can go to my link tree. Well, it takes you to the books page on my website. What? Oh, it takes you to bookshop.org, right? Oh, okay, yeah. So if you go to my link tree, it'll take you to bookshop.org, where you can order books from a local independent bookseller in your area. What, Lauren? What'd I say wrong? What I do now. Okay, let's figure out what we're going to do with the hair here. I want to see, like, do I want to do this, like, is that going to be dark enough is the question. I don't know if it will be. Let's figure this out. I might have to do it in black paint, which is easy enough. That's not the hard part, but there's a thing here that needs to be adjusted, though. And then, let's see if I can scrape that color down just a touch. I guess that's not so jarring. I mean, it could be this purple, but I feel like it's too bright. I need something darker. Purple's too crazy. I mean, I can try. I can see what happens if I do this. It's just that same purple. Artist Holly K. This is, so medium wise, I'm using, I don't know why it's so hard for me to remember. Illustration board as the surface. Then tracing paper with acrylic gouache on it, specifically, primarily Holbein acrylic gouache. Some Posca markers for some line work and little odds and ends. Then also some just plain old like copy paper that's been painted on to get textures and things of the sort. Then colored pencil and more acrylic gouache on top, and that'll probably be the end of it there. I'm thinking maybe originally I was just gonna do hair, but maybe I'll make a little like hat. It was up here like a little sailor's hat or something that's that purple, and then draw hair on top of that accordingly. That might be a good answer or way to solve this. Watching this live video? Oh, sorry. Mrs. Hoffy, you must have dropped off and added. So it says watching this live video, but it says is also watching this live video. Wait, no, what? Oh, you're watching two things, and it tells me that you're watching two things. That's what that's saying. Are you watching something else in the background? I don't know. It says, it just says, watching this, Mrs. Hoffy is also watching this live video, and it says view. Oh, because I'm watching on a different feed. I get it. I get it now. Thank you. I'm a dummy. I'm a dum-dum. Dodoy. Yes. That was pretty dumb, honestly. I could not figure out how to make that work. That's head color. I can't do head color. That one's probably bad too. Should I give a little orange hat maybe? Let's see what that looks like. Teacher Marion, have I heard of Jonathan Livingston Seagull? Of course I have. I am not an uncultured swine. Yes, I have. I like this. Yeah, that's pretty fun. A little yellow hat. Or should I make him have a crown? Oh. What do you think, Lauren? A crown or a hat? The kid. And a regular crown, though, so it's not... Yeah. Because you know what's really fun is you do a piece, Lauren, and then you put a crown on it at the end. You get it. Everybody else doesn't get it, but I get it. Wait, I'm doing it, so like, of course I would get it. But yeah, so a little crown like that. And then I can draw some hair sticking out from it, and that will be... He's the crown prince of bird flight. Oh, yeah, Teacher Marion crown, yeah. Crown makes sense. We'll do a crown. and a bright, bold cadmium yellow crown. Let's get that stuck down. I'm also going to do glasses on the character too. And so I got to get the hair down, and then do the glasses. Cause what? I can make him smile. I will make him smile for you. Don't worry. I can make him smile. Smile, smile, smile. Oh, the little... Yeah, I will make him smile for you, though. He's got a little... I'll bring this back a little further. Like that. And then... I do want... Ooh, 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 ooh. Ooh, 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 ooh. Let me see if I can find the right yellow for what I want. Is this close enough to that yellow? Well, that's pretty spot on. I'll do is a couple little bird feet here. There's that yellow. That same yellow. There. I know these are small and most people won't see them, but I will, so they need to be in there. And what I might do is like, there's a little smudge on that crown, so I'm gonna... Yeah, I need a shade. I need to make a shadow so there's a depth or a dimension there. Yes, agreed. Yes, I'm on that. I haven't gotten to that point yet. But thank you for calling it out. Okay. Maybe I'll give him a little ring too. There. And I don't want to. I was thinking like, should I put a scepter in his hand? But I don't want to do that. That's too much. Just the crown. I think is enough to solve the situation. Okay. Now, the other thing is I might go and do some other little like yellowy touches or like little trees or something. I'm not sure. I need to figure out like, do I want to do any other little moments that are up in here that kind of punch up that little bit of yellow. But let me put the hair in, and then those glasses. Thank you, Mrs. Hoppy, for the comment about the background. So here's what I'll do. I want the idea of like, after looking at London's book that he worked on here with Maisha Oso, My Hair is a Book, I wanted to do some sort of like cornrow sort of thing in here, so I'm going to put that in. Some little moments of little treatment in here that sort of hints at that. And it's these little, it can take a second to do this, but Teacher Marin, thank you for saying that about the wings, that you love the wings. That was the whole point of doing this piece, was to get those wings. This is one of those pieces like, and I know people go through this, but this one in particular was a struggle, and I'm liking it more and more as it goes along. I will say that. I think that there are pieces that I work on that when I first start, I'm like, oh, this is not going the direction. I know even earlier I said like, I'm not completely sold on it. I'm getting more sold on it as time goes on. But again, it's everybody knows probably that feeling of not being sure as you're working on something, and now all of a sudden it's starting to connect. It's not perfect. Let's see, I want to get one more, about 7 each of these. I'm not going to go all the way down the head, but just a few. I want one to cross over into the wing. Specifically, that's the threshold of like how many I need to put on the head here before I move on from that. One, 2, 3. Valamia, how am I dealing with my paint coffee addiction? It's ravaged my insides. You don't want to know what the toilet looks like afterwards. It's a rainbow in there. Actually, that might be beneficial. Maybe I can market it that way. A little bit of paint in your coffee cup, and then you get a nice little vibrant, exciting surprise at the end of the day. No, I'm not drinking paint anymore. Doctor's orders. I'm only allowed to chew on the nubs of paint that dry up on my palette. That's the only thing I can do. I pop them like gum. That is actually like one of the finest things in life, honestly. I think is when you get to peel the paint off your palette, and it's like nice, it comes up in a nice little chunk. It's such a lovely moment, a reward, one might say, to have that happen. So let's see. I'm trying to decide if I want them to be a little longer. I don't know. I'll see. Okay, so let me touch on a couple of the little odds and ends. So let's get those shadows in where they are. So there's a little bit at least of a separation, because otherwise someone yells at me. We all know who. And there's this little shadow in there on something like this, just so there's a little separation here. Let's get this color in here to sort of separate that out. A little shadow underneath here. Get that. The yellow is a challenge always of trying to find the right yellow in this mix that will work as a darker yellow but not be brown. It's a matter of just, do I have the right yellow? Let's see if I can find. Ooh, is this one going to be... No, that's not going to be dark enough for what we have there. I might have to do something a little bit different here. Let's see. I have to mix some colors or find a variable here that will work. Maybe this could probably work, honestly. Just something to separate out that leg there a little bit. And being that I'm introducing some of these other colors, I might throw a few little splashes of them up in the character itself. Okay, let's get some other variations in here. Little touches of white. Come back, let's get this blue. I'm gonna have to do a lot of this one has lots of like schmutz that's showing up that I don't have to Photoshop out. But are there other questions from folks as I'm trying to wrap this bad boy up? It's a bad boy. You know it is. It's a bad boy. Oh yeah. I could do a little like castle up here. So it sort of feels like a little golden castle, or a little like, that might be kind of fun. It's a question of like what color, so it doesn't stand out too much. Let's see. Teacher Marin, can you talk about when a waiver is needed and who obtains it, please? What do you mean by when a waiver is needed? I don't know what you're referencing. Are you talking about like an artist model? And when to get someone's approval to use their likeness? I'm assuming that's what you're asking. We'll find. I'll wait a little bit and then we'll find out what you say. Like, I don't know about that. That's kind of funky. I don't know if I like this this little castle that could be hidden back up in here. Like for a model. Okay, yeah. There's so I'm gonna tell you a great resource. If you go to, and I don't have the link in front of me, but I can tell you what to type into Google right here, right now. You need to go to this site, or type into Google these two things. Graphic Artist Guild, the Graphic Artist Guild, and then, so that's one thing, and then right behind it, put in templates. Those two things, you put those together in Google, and the first thing that's going to come up is the Graphic Artist Guild's contracts. So they put together some contracts that are designed to be used by illustrators. I'm just trying to see if I have something that's maybe a little bit darker than that I could throw in there. I don't like that color. Hold on 1 second. I'm just trying to find the right thing. Anyway, these contracts are designed by lawyers for the Graphic Artist Guild to be, appropriate for the marketplace. And they have one that's a model contract, model release, I believe is what it's called. And the idea is that if you are taking a photo of someone or you're using a likeness of someone in your piece that you are, again, taking photos, you're using their likeness, you found their image online and you know them or something, or however you get that image, that in order to have their likeness in your piece, you have them sign a piece of paper. That piece of paper, this model release, is relatively simple. It's basically just saying, hey, they won't come after you if you use their likeness in this piece. And I think it has something about like what the specific piece is and whatnot. Cool thing about those contracts is they are effective. They are effectively solid contracts. They are reviewed by lawyers for the Graphic Artist Guild. They look at it. They figure out, like, is there anything that needs to be adjusted based on new laws or things of the sort. And so if you use it, it works out really nice to just have that in your sort of back pocket. So should you come across needing someone as a reference, you have it. The other thing that's really handy about it is I think it's in Word form, it's in PDF, and then it's in some other, I forget what the other variable is, but getting that and having that ready, so should you have a model that you use, great, you have it. The other thing is, like, it's a question of also a parody. Like, obviously, if you're doing a piece that's got Brad Pitt in it, you're not going to be able to probably get him to sign off on, oh yes, it's okay if you use my likeness in this piece. So the parody law, basically, I'm not an expert in it, so bear with me. Anybody who does know, you can jump in at any point. But the idea is that you are allowed to sort of poke fun at an image. So like if you need to use the Obama Hope image in a piece in the background that is making a commentary on it, then you're allowed to use it. But if you're trying to use it as your image, that's a whole nother issue. Read up on it. Don't trust that statement. But there are some like little odds and ends like that parody law can sort of weigh in on and be in its own world a challenging and strange thing to deal with. Let's put it that way. I'm trying to cut this last little, like, if I want to do a little tower here. It's back in the distance. A little castle tower. I'm trying to figure out, like, what's the right proportion to do. It just sits back over here like this. And where and how much to showcase. It's got to have a little, like, archway and stuff on it, but is that too bright? Is that drawing too much attention? This is the hard part of, like, I need to find the right tone to put in there. That's not too jarring. That's not too much. Might try this again. But that's a great resource. I use it all the time in class. I have my students, they have to get the Graphic Artist Guild book because there's great things about pricing. There's great things about contracts. There's great things about sort of how to deal with copyright law, all these fun little, and I say fun in a joking manner, but fun little things that are important as an illustrator to know. And the book comes out every couple of years. Not a couple of years, probably about every 4 years. I think we're in the 3rd year of this one. Maybe we're on the 4th, so there probably is a new one coming out because they want to update it to match the new laws and things of the sort, so it's not antiquated, or that it's, it's up to date with what's going on in the world. And so every once in a while you'll see that there's a new copy. Do not go get an old version of it. Get the current one, because the old ones, again, if they're updating it to match current laws, etc., and you buy an old one, obviously at that point you are dealing with something that potentially is out of date or does not have the right information in it. The equivalent of the contracts in this one is before AI really became a thing. And I have a feeling that the next book that we get might have something in the contracts that connects to that says, in fact, my students, when I have them work on their illustrators contracts, I have them put in a thing about AI, whatever their decision is on it. I'm not saying it has to be one way or the other. I mean, I have my preference, but I ask them to generally change out one of the things so there is a little hint of some AI language in it of some sort, so people have not, they can't really be abused as if they don't want their work to be taken advantage of. Let's put it that way. So, anyways, go use that resource because it's a good resource. There's a little castle back there. This colored pencil is about to bust. I might need to find a new black colored pencil here somewhere in my studio. I'm going to go and put a couple little tiny things back here with it, i.e. I might put a little flags. I know I say it funny. Don't pick on me. Little flags that are above that. And then maybe a little, where's that color? Where's that color? It's over here somewhere. Let's go find it. Doo-doo-dah. What is my current favorite joke? It's a good question. I'm not good with jokes, honestly, like written jokes. I like to consider myself a Don Rickles type, where I can totally destroy someone with mean humor that pokes fun at their character, but the actual, like, a guy walks into a bar, bartender says this kind of thing is not great. It's not something that I'm good at. The closest thing I can think of recently, there was one, I'm trying to think, was there one that was like a good one that I can, Not really. I mean, good is subjective in this case, but I'm trying to think if there's like a practical joke. I'm someone who really should take advantage of April Fool's Day, but I don't. That would be right up my alley, going in there and ruining someone's day by making a practical joke, but I don't really do it. I did when I was in college. I like practical jokes. My favorite practical joke when I was in college, I think, really, you have to have the right person for this one. But I had a roommate who was had a certain order of things that he liked. Not to say that like he was obsessed over stuff, but there was an order to things. And in his room, he had things like black Adidas with white stripes and white Adidas with black stripes, and we just moved them. We just flipped them. That's all we did. And we found lots of little things that were like that. And as we worked on it, sorry, I'm trying to get that to dry. As we worked on it and did that, we did so many of them that on first pass, he saw a couple of them. I was like, oh, did you guys do this? Like, move this one thing around. And then we would say, yeah, ha ha ha. And he would laugh and we would laugh and it was fun. And then shortly thereafter, he would see another one and he wasn't quite sure if we had done it or if it was someone else. And so it was this constant like, did you guys also do this? And did you also do this? And it was this continuous for a long period of time of him asking and being unsure of what we actually did and what was, just him imagining that we did something. And to me, that was very, very funny. And so I still hold to that being a very funny thing that we did. My roommate one time as well, I was reminded of this recently. She reminded me of it. It was during the time frame in which the Nintendo 64 was out. There wasn't a lot of web online stuff for video games, and someone had what was called a walkthrough of how to get through Zelda. And so they had printed out from some website a walkthrough that explained like, okay, when you need to do this one specific part of the mission, you go down this one hallway and you turn to the left, and right on the side there is a sconce that you need to shoot with an arrow and blah, blah, blah. All these little things like that. And she had printed all of it out so she could figure out how to get through Zelda. And we had found the printouts, and we took one sheet out of this giant tome of walkthrough that she had. And we, what was I doing with this? Oh, I know, I was doing this. A window here. That's easy enough. And then there was one other thing I was going to do with it. I can't remember what it was, though. Was it just a shadow? Maybe it was just a shadow. I think it was. Just a little dark shadow underneath it. So we went through and we changed all the things. So if it was like, you need to turn to the left, we put to the right. And if it said like you have to shoot an arrow at the sconce on the wall, we said you had to, hit it with your sword. And so we changed all these things to it and just put that one page back. And then sat back and watched in hilarity as she got so angry at the game because things were not where they were supposed to be, and she couldn't find things that were supposed to be there or couldn't reach. Like if she had to hit something with a sword, or we told her to hit something with a sword, it would be out of reach and she couldn't figure out how to reach it. And it was very funny to us to mess with her that way. Okay. Let me put some glasses on. Or I'm wondering, maybe I don't need glasses at this point. Maybe the crown is enough, and that's like, putting glasses might be too much. Some little white spots there. Does everybody understand these as rivers? The blue there? I hope that's understandable. trying to think if I need any other little spots of color. Like I kind of like just the idea it's just this blast of color, and maybe I don't need too much to get that to work. Is this the one I had? Yes, this is it. Make this a little deeper underneath that bum there, and then try to think if there's any other little touches I want to do. What I might do is, now that I have this yellow here that matches, is actually put in some little like fun, like little strips of color in here, like little spots that show up here. Are there any other questions I can help people answer? Or things that you want to know? You don't have to. I'm just wondering. Touch right there. Maybe that ring could be a little bit bigger, so it registers as a ring a little bit more. Oh, you know where else I could do it? Right here. I'm gonna grab this tiny boat or oh, that's a good idea. Thank you. That's fantastic. A little tiny boat on the river. Maybe that's where like a little sailboat back here, and maybe like a little fisherman right there. It's like, it's a question of like scale, but you're right. A little boat on the river. Fantastic. Love it. Love it. Okay, how do I want to do this color-wise? So that's the question. What's the right choice for color? So I don't want it to be too bright. I also don't want it to be too dark. I don't want it to be this. I don't want it to be that. Let's try. We'll try a little orange boat here. Maybe a little. I'm trying to figure out where's the best spot to do it. If I do it here, then it's like lined up with the shirt. If I do it here, I feel like it's almost an afterthought. I feel like maybe it's got to be here. But then I don't want it to be this orange, maybe. I mean, let me see. I'm going to try it. I can always paint over the orange if the orange doesn't work here. With the idea of like just a little boat here. I guess it's not that dramatic. And then what I'll do is put a little sail above it so someone's sailing along here. A boat on the river there. Maybe I'll get a different color. Here, maybe this gold can be one little boat down here. Maybe. That's too light right now. Hold on a second. Alicia Nash, thank you. I was gonna make this boat a little bigger and less watery. Just started to bleed a little bit, and I don't want that. I'll let that one dry a little bit there. And then I'll do one other boat that's up there. Maybe. Although maybe that solves it. Maybe just this little castle is enough. I don't need to go and put another boat, but I will make these legs a little bit more triangular. Okay. gonna have to use my hair dryer for a second because I gotta get that to dry. Otherwise, it's gonna take forever. I think it's getting there. Another one pass right there. I also saw this. I want to come up here. I want to put one little strip of yellow right there. Just that little touch. Okay, now let's get those sails in. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna use this. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna use white. I'm gonna use white. I need more white out on my palette though. And then I will be wrapping up. Ooh, it's 11:58. We're pushing that edge. Now, technically, I restarted, so it's not gonna cut me off, but I would like to go to bed here eventually. So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna put in these little sails. Here, just a little. Sail there. Touch that like that, and then you sail here. Okay, there's that. And then I gotta get one other little color in there that is, or something that indicates the actual mast. And so that could be done with, here we go. A guy like this. Little sailboats. They're out there. That's pretty good. Let me get, where was that pink that I used on the face? Is it this one? I think it was this one. I'll just try to get a little. Chin action there. Teacher Marin, thank you. Couple lines there. Ooh. Okay. I do want to do one other little touch, which I can probably just do with this. What do you think these need? Just a couple more little braids that are sticking out here. Just want to go a little touch farther. Okay. little tiny lines on those. All right, I think I may be done. Should we call it at that? I think I may be done. Okay, so here's what I'm gonna do. As usual, I'm gonna clean up my space as best I can to a reasonable cleanliness for what the space should be. And then I will put that away. Let's see. These go up to the front up here. This goes up here as well. These colors go off into the pit. The pit of Holbein. Grab these swatches. These swatches are still viable. They go over there. These maybe not so much. I'll get this off to the side. I'll get these acrylic gouache off to the side. Put them in. This goes off to the side. Let's get my pencil, my matte knife off to the side. Let's clean this off. This goes off to the side, off to the side, off to the side. And then I will go do the usual, which I will bring up my finished board. Put this down here. I need to get a new one because this one's all like got smudges all over it now. But let's get in close here. In fact, I could use this brush here. Put this one out of the way. That was the original bird sketch. Here's the bird sketch I did for the piece. And then this is what it became. Let's get that out of the way. Okay. So, what? Yeah, I'm moving it. I realized that it was, I'll do this again just so people can see. Here's the original bird thing that I drew the other day, thinking like, oh, I want to do a bird that has some weird wings. And then I drew this, thinking, oh, it'd be fun to have a character riding on the bird. And then that became this. And so this is the piece that I made tonight. It's the bird prince. The Prince o' Birds. Old Princey Birds. You know, that guy. So, anyways, for all those that joined me this evening, thank you. Please go check out part 1 where we had London Ladd on. London was fabulous and a great guest to have on. Go check out his work. Next week, we have on the one and only Scott Campbell, also known as Scott Lava, also known as the person who does the... What? Also known as Scott C, who does the... why am I drawing a blank on what they're called? Not face-offs. Oh. Wow, how am I drawing a blank on that right now? Oh, I have to, this is so dumb that I'm like, I just can't. Yeah, hold on. We're going to look it up because that bothers me that I can't think of what they're called. Hold on. Once the words are there, if anybody's thinking of it right now, they are called showdowns. Thank you. That was just not the word that was in the top of my head. I kept getting like mano y mano and face off stuck in my head, and I just could not get past that. Oh, it's also, yes, my wife just said, it's my 3rd anniversary show. I have done this for 3 years, every week, minus, I'm going to say, how many do you think we missed? Like 6? 6, 7, somewhere in that range. So imagine, 52 plus 52 plus 52, and shave off. Let's say 10. Let's shave off 10. But that still means we're at 100, 104 plus another 150. we're probably about 146. That's my guess, somewhere in that range. So I've done a lot of these nightly things, and almost all of them have been 4 hours. So there's a lot of content out there that has me talking, and I apologize for that. But this is it for tonight. Tune in next week for Scott C., Scott Lava, Scott Campbell, and he did the book Skull. He did Hug Machine. He's got his new one that's coming out that hopefully we'll chat about. Yeah, that's it for the night. Y'all have a lovely evening. I will see you next week, 8 o'clock Eastern. Bye.